First of all, good morning and welcome to Manufacturing Day. For those I haven't met, I'm Ryan Brickwood. I lead our manufacturing and distribution vertical here at Rea. I've been with Rea. I just got on my first 1 year anniversary on Tuesday. So year and 3 days. Last year at this time, it was day 5. They threw me in here and said, "Hey, here's Manufacturing Day. Go to work." No, Andrew Geiser took care of it and the team took care of it. But this year, it's our group and our team to lead the Manufacturing Day. A couple logistics before we get started. So bathrooms. So if you go out these doors, right when you get to the refrigerator, you make a sharp left. The bathrooms are back on that wall. If you need to make a phone call or a call comes in, you need to take it. Make sure you take it outside. You can go out through these doors. Through the second doors, there's huddle rooms to your right. If they're open, use those. If they're not open, there's some huddle rooms downstairs or offices you can use as well. So if you have to take a call, I know things that could pop up. So make sure you do that. And then the third logistics, we are recording this. It's audio only, and it's for people that that couldn't be here, or certain things you hear you might not have got everything you needed, and you want to get in front of other people on your team. We can send you certain presentations or the whole presentation. So we are recording this audio only. So if you have a question, make sure you raise your hand, like we're in school, but raise your hand. We have 4 people that are going to be getting mics. So make sure it's Rochelle. Raise your hand, Rochelle, Andrew, Ben, and Mindy. We'll spread out. Raise your hand and then say the question. If presenters, if they say the question beforehand, make sure you repeat the question. So again, it gets into the audio piece of the presentation. Okay. Any other questions on logistics? Anything I missed, team? Yeah. All right. Jeremy gives me the thumbs up. All right. A couple weeks ago, Dustin Raber, Andrew Geiser, and myself went to a networking breakfast, and it was called Protecting and Growing Ohio's Manufacturing. And it was in Worcester. And I don't know if you guys know Ryan Osberger. He is the president of Ohio Manufacturing Association, and he spoke. And there was a lot of key facts that he brought up about the economic impact of Ohio manufacturing that I thought was interesting, and I thought I wanted to share with you guys today. The first one, Ohio is powered by manufacturing. That's no surprise. That was, I got that. But the second thing that did surprise me is that it's the #1 economic sector in Ohio is manufacturing. There's more than 692,000 manufacturing jobs in Ohio, 44 billion in payroll a year. And the third thing that was the biggest thing that I took away was Ohio is the 3rd largest GDP or gross domestic product in the nation, only behind California and Texas, which are huge states. So again, why am I bringing this up? What's the point of this, right? Well, the point of it is each and every one in this room helped contribute to those great numbers. So I want to thank you guys for that. And I want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause for that. And then secondly, just want to thank you again for coming today for the event. This is a great turnout. Look at this room. I mean, we're barely fitting people in, which is great. We want that. This may be the last year in West at grocery stores, the prices that went up to get in front of you guys on this. So with this, I want to go over the agenda today. We have a great lineup of speakers. I believe we have a great lineup of presenters and relevant topics. First one, our CEO is here, Mark McKinley. He's going to be talking about our strategy and how we evolved through our TRA 4.0 to get there, our vision, strategic planning, and succession planning. So if I'm a business owner, a CEO, a CFO, those are things that evolve, right? You need to evolve and get that in your current practices. You can go from a $2 million company to a 10 or a 10 to a 20, just focusing on key metrics, key things. The next one, KPIs and change management. I'll talk to you about KPIs, and Andrew James is going to talk about change management. So navigating through some of those things and focusing on the right KPIs. Third is the panel. So we're going to talk about today's environment, navigating through interest rates, inflation, bank requirements. So we have 3 different perspectives. We have Tony Yoder from Investment Partners. We have Rob Hunter from People's Bank, and we have Dan Calvin from Critchfield. So attorney, banker, and investment partner. So trying to navigate through that. And Kyle's going to be moderating that panel. So I think that's going to be really good to understand, okay, what are they seeing? What are some trends? So you guys can be proactive and start hearing some things and what they've heard. And then we're going to shift to future outlook for tax. Andrew Geiser is going to go over, any credits, any legislation that's coming down the next year or whatnot. So you got to be aware of that. Can we apply for this and whatnot there? And then AI. Travis Strong will be talking about AI, or artificial intelligence. I just read recently in the Wall Street Journal, Amazon just invested $4 billion on an AI company. So again, they're usually leading edge, front end. It's coming. It's figuring out how you're going to navigate through that environment and what's going to look like for you. It may not be today, but it will be at some point in time. So the AI future outlook there. Then we'll break for lunch. Everyone needs to eat. We're going to be hungry at that time. Then after lunch, we're going to go into automation. So I appreciate Doug. He came all the way from Banwart to present, but the opportunities around automation to solve business problems, right? There's unskilled labor. There's lack of labor, right? So how do you solve for that? And what does that look like? And then finally concluding with Jeff Rapp and Travis Strong on technology and cybersecurity. Again, understanding that space, being proactive, because a lot of times you're not proactive and you can get burned, and they'll go through, their piece. I don't want to steal any of their thunder. So again, all relevant with topics, I believe that will hit something in your company that we thought it was prevalent to present to you guys. And then we'll adjourn at 2:00. So any comments, questions before I hand it over to Mark? Thanks. We can. Hey,
there you go.
You want that? You don't need this. Oh yeah.
I have a tendency, even though I'm a big guy, my voice goes really low, and it's not nearly as loud as it should be at a lot of times. So I just found I have to use a mic. The other thing is, I'm sorry to avoid this side of the room. I'm going to pace back and forth because even though I've done a ton of speeches, I still get extremely nervous, and I got to walk the energy off a little bit. All these cords here, I guarantee you guys will get a sight if I walk that side of the room. Hey, this is not, so my thought was, hey, Ryan, you guys want me to speak to the group. This cannot be a 50-minute commercial for Rea Associates. You know what I'm like. There's no way we're going to waste these people's time. He says, we don't want that. He says, be real, be honest, tell the story of Rea Associates on what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it. And it's not to brag about what we're doing, but it's to point out how we continually fail forward for the group. I would say, I'd love to tell you we're the perfect CPA firm, that we never do anything wrong, but we learn on a continual basis. If you'd have told me back in 2007 that we would have a room of over 100 clients and friends of the firm, I'd been like, there's no way we're going to do that. There's no way a segment's going to be able to pull that together. So the journey to go from there to where we are. Before I get into that, first of all, thank you for all the support you guys give us. Without the clients, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. Without the clients, we wouldn't be able to support 425-ish families, depending on what time of year. We're 450 families that count on Rea Associates to be in business with us. And then the second thing I want to say is congratulations for being in the room. So what you guys may or may not know is we've become a very selective CPA firm. We are not going to work with everybody. And by you being in the room tells me one thing: you respect and treat our people well. And that's our most important asset we have. Because as a CPA firm, you think, what's a CPA firm have to, how is it like a manufacturer? Well, we manufacture assistance to success. And our number one asset's our people. And if we don't take care of our people, we're not going to be able to supply that to you guys. And by you guys taking care of our people, we're really grateful for that. Second thing, you guys treat us as a partner. The clients we no longer work with treat us as a commodity. They will, the great people that are sitting in the back of the room there, which are some of the strongest people I've ever seen in the accounting world. You guys listen to them. You listen to their advice. Does not mean you always follow their advice, but you'll challenge them. You'll let them challenge you, and we're a partnership together. And that is huge. So let's get into this a little bit. So how did we transform a CPA firm? If you go back to 2007, we were about 7, 8, 9, 10 offices, and we worked individually. We like to say, hey, we're a regional accounting firm, but the reality is we were small CPA firms working together for a common purpose. And we had not really adapted the one firm approach. If you go back to 2007, we hit that recession. And one of the worst leadership things I think I've ever seen in my life back in 2007 was the pain of that recession. For those that are younger in the room, it was a pretty deep one that we had. It hit our clients. It hit different aspects of our clients at different times. Well, the thing about recessions for CPA firms is we really don't feel the effects of a recession because of tax deadlines, because of all the compliance work that we have to do. It doesn't really hit us for a year to 18 months after the recession actually hits. And I remember one time our leadership stood in front of our partners in a partner meeting and a podium like this, and he says, "We are choosing not to participate in this recession." And I sat back and I thought, well, that's the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard in my life. If our clients are hurting, how are we not going to participate in their hurt? They're our partners. And we took it into shorts. I mean, it was bad. 2008, 9, 10, we didn't react fast enough. It came in at 12 to 18 months after. We had to do a RIF. We had to watch expenses. We really grew up in 2008, 9, and 10 in a fashion that you really don't want to in a business that had been around for about 75 years. So we said to ourselves, okay, we got to do something different here. This isn't working because we'll get into this a little bit. We're never going to sell the firm. We are going to be Rea Associates independent firm for the rest of our lives and your lives. And our team that we're hiring that's coming on board. They're going to be the next owners of the firm. We're never going to sell out. So with that in mind, how do we get to the point where we learn? And here's another thing that you guys may not know. Accounting firms talk to each other all the time. Okay, so our biggest competitors are some of our biggest friends. And we communicate constantly back and forth about, hey, what's working for you, what's not working for you. So we had one of our biggest competitors in the Columbus market come in and talk to the board. I was on the board of Rea Associates at the time. And he said, hey, we had similar situation to you guys. We use a guy named Bob Bunning. Bob Bunning, for those that don't know, is a legend in the accounting world. He took a company called Moss Adams over on the West Coast from a firm that looked very similar to us in 2007, and that probably a $10 million firm blew it up to a $400 million firm. And then through the process of that, now they're over $1 billion firm and has morphed into something that doesn't look like what Bob had go through. But Bob is extremely successful and has a great plan of attack on how to take a firm like ours, bring it together, and then let it blossom. So our competitor gave us Bob's name. We contacted Bob. We brought Bob in, and he talked to us. And he talked about the changes we would need to see inside our firm to get us to where we need to be. And this is, when you look at this is the strategic planning part that we're talking about here. And Bob sat down with us and said, hey, guys, you're focused all over the place. You're focused all over the place. He said, he said, you need a firm approach. You need some consistency. You need to figure out what's your cadence of accountability that you're going to hold yourselves to. And he likes the 40X method. I don't care if you use 40X. I don't care if you use traction. I don't care if you use EOS. You have to have a system that you stick to, that you buy into. Leadership has to have a system that they understand and are all in on. And then you have to hold people accountable to that system.
You make sure you have that data.
All good. They all have their benefits. They all have some costs associated with them, but you have to. So Ryan said, hey, that you need to come out with about 6 points that people really need to understand. Here's the first one for you. If you don't have that cadence and structure to how to do a strategic plan or strategic motion, your chances of success, in my eyes, are significantly less than they would be. So invest in a system and a process that holds you accountable to hitting the next goal. So Bob instilled the 40X process. That's a whole nother discussion that we could go on to, but that wouldn't be appropriate here. But out of that was born the Rea Advantage, and that's our strategic plan. And our strategic plan focuses on four things. We've got people, our number one asset. And if you talk to us, our people are talked about in every meeting and everything we do. That's all we talk about. It's people. Once our people are done, then we'll talk about clients, then we'll talk about growth, and then we'll talk about the firm. But if we don't get the people right, our team right, the ones that you're interacting on a daily basis, if we're not training them right, if we're not treating them right, you're going to see turnover. You're going to see people that are ill prepared to handle the issues that you guys are facing on a regular basis, and we can't have that. Plus, you have to remember our goal, our stated goal is we'll never sell Rea & Associates. So if we don't invest in our people, we're going to have to sell the firm because there's nobody that's going to be able to buy us out of our positions. So our focus all the time is on our people. So we put together the Rea Advantage. And the Rea Advantage is in its third iteration right now. We'll get into the fourth version here in a minute, and we're going to talk about it. But you have to, we've gotten so much better. This is where I say that we're getting better and better. Our first version was, I looked at it, preparing for this, and I thought, oh my God, we were so naive. It was, oh my gosh. I couldn't believe what we had written in there and how vague it was and how, pie in the sky it was. Version 2, man, we started drilling down and started to have measurements of success and saying, okay, if we want to do this, here's what we're willing to devote to it, and here's what the ultimate outcomes are going to be. And then now we're in version 3, and we really measure where we're going and how we're getting there. So, but it's a strategic plan, okay? And we do it in 3-year increments. We do it in 3-year increments because everything changes so fast. We thought 3 years was good, and then COVID hits. So here's my comment on strategic plans. You have to understand it's a plan, and plans change. Plans change on outside factors. You cannot go and prepare a strategic plan and say, this is what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and where we're going to go. Can't do that. The other thing I would tell you, as you have to truly understand yourselves. So here's just, when I say truly understand yourselves, here's what we have written in the very first paragraph of our first strategic plan. It's about our locations. Many of our locations are in county seats in less populated counties in Ohio. These communities support thriving small businesses that assist in our core services of accounting, tax, and business consulting. Due to the location of these cities, many of our large competitors are unwilling to invest resources servicing these clients. We know who we are. We know who you guys are. That's why we're doing what we are. And that was the basis for us to start the strategic plan of understanding our strengths and our weaknesses. Understanding we didn't have the leaders in our firm that we needed to get to where we were going to go. So when we started our very first one, it was about 2000. So we talked to Bob, interviewed Bob. Bob came in, did some coaching, get some training with us. We got ready for our strategic plan. 2012, that started the process. 15, we got our first strategic plan up and running and going. We're about a $25 million CPA firm. Okay, it's $25 million CPA, pretty good. We're going to end our year here later this month. We're going to hit $80 million in growth. So went from 25 in 2015, 12, 13, 14, 15, because it really didn't change all that much. We'll hit that. And how did we get there? We knew what we were. We knew we accepted the fact that we did not have everything that we wanted at our disposal. And then we knew we had to get somewhere. And each one of those strategic plans that we built on took us one step closer to where we want to get. Now, are we done? No, I'll tell you what, I was sitting in a management meeting the other day, and I thought, okay, our manufacturing team has finally got it done. They're building it out. You guys are going to hear Andrew James talk about Power BI and some of the dashboards that could assist you guys. And then they said to me, hey, now we need to hire some engineers. Like, what are you talking about? Well, engineers, we're an accounting firm. And Andrew Geiser says to me, hey, you know, so my background is I worked with manufacturing when I hired into the firm. And I hired back in 1994, grew up in Cleveland, went to Bowling Green State University, worked in a couple of our offices, did a whole bunch of different things. But my favorite thing to do is work with clients. I did some taxes, I did some audits, but really was talking to clients. My largest client was actually Minnie Gallman back there, and it was Medicoat. She was telling me, I said, Minnie, how big were you guys? About 225 in 225 million in revenue. But I had a lot of small clients that were in that $1 million to $5 million manufacturers too. So it encompassed what you guys are. Here's the problem when I go off on a tangent. I can't remember where I was going to go with that too. So, but we need to build a firm that can handle those $5 million CPA firms, the $250 million CPA firms. We've got clients in the $1 billion CPA firms. We have to build a firm that can handle, I like to say, small Ray and large Ray. And we have people inside our firm that are fantastic with $2 million manufacturers up to about $25 million manufacturers. We have some people that handle $1 billion manufacturers fantastically. And we have some people that can bridge the gap and do all those. And that's the kind of firm we're building. I'll get back on track here now. So we're in the first version, second version, third version. It took us through to the second version of our strategic plan to realize if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. You know, the whole saying that was out there in the 90s, 2000s. Second version, we really figured out, oh, we're already losing people. Oh, man. That's Andrew James. He's internal. So
the procedures. And so
I'm not that, you know, no one's falling asleep. Dave here, so I asked Dave, I said, Dave, I'm so boring that you guys don't want to listen to me. Just nod off a little bit, fake it, and I'll know, hey, I got to wrap up and move on to the next one. So what's inside our strategic plan that allowed us to get from that 25 million to 80 million? We said we're going to make famous people. So when we started back in 2012, we all decided, hey, we're going to be famous. Hey, I'm going to be famous for this. I'm going to be famous for this. We didn't realize the level of effort and understanding that we needed to develop internally to truly become famous. Because we can come out to you guys and we can say, hey, we're manufacturing experts. And then you guys ask us a couple of questions about a lathe, about a CNC machine, and then we're going to show our ignorance in a moment's notice. And we thought, we're going to declare ourselves experts, and you guys are going to buy right into it, and you're going to say, Rea & Associates is a manufacturing expert firm. We didn't realize then that until you surround yourself with Brian, with some, you know, side note, thank you Smuckers for the change management you guys have done. There's a tremendous amount of Smuckers people here and internally inside Rea & Associates and sitting in the group here. We've been able to pull some of that talent inside the firm, and when they talk, when our traditional accountants go out with those guys and talk to you guys, at first it was like listening to a different language. It's almost Greek to us. Those of us that are assurance partners, auditors, or tax partners. We're slowly getting to where we need to be on that stuff. But we have enough surrounding talent that we needed to get there. So we made famous people, but we have a concept in the firm of play to your strengths. No longer does everybody have to do everything. So we bring in Ryan. Ryan has zero billing responsibility, which is a big thing in the accounting world. You know, everybody wears around like, hey, here's my book of business is $1 million. My book's $2 million. We don't care about that. We don't measure that stuff. That has nothing to do with the success of the firm and where we're going. What we have is Ryan, the success that Ryan's going to, is he meeting with you guys? Is he finding out what you guys need? Is he then taking the firm to the next level and coming to us and say, hey, this is where we need to go. This is how we're going to do that. That makes a famous person. Understanding the industry, being able to relate to you guys, and then bring those to us so that we can start hiring engineers that I never thought we were going to hire. That's the definition of us being famous. We didn't understand it in 2012 and 15 when we started this. We now understand to hire that talent and truly allow them to be famous. Another thing in our strategic plan is pruning of clients. So we started this process probably 6, 7 years ago in real earnest. If you looked at us back in 15, we had thousands and thousands of standalone 1040s. And these standalone 1040s are wonderful human beings. These are wonderful, wonderful human beings, but they need their tax returns done. And their tax returns don't relate to anything that you guys are doing. It doesn't help us in our drive to be construction experts, real estate experts, manufacturing experts. It doesn't help our cyber teams. It doesn't help our cost segregation teams. We had to say goodbye to those 1040s. It's been a painful process because many of those clients have been clients for 20, 30 years. But the thing is, and this is one other thing I would tell you, another point that I have, you have to get rid of the noise in your business. The clients that are not driving you to your point. 1040s were not helping us. They're wonderful people, but they call all the time in the summer when you're trying to focus on large projects. They take the time, energy, and focus of our wonderful team and say, hey, we've got to do this $500 1040. Meanwhile, we got a $50,000, $20,000, $5,000 corporate account, and we're going to neglect that because this 1040 is calling us and needing their refund. So we had to say goodbye to all those relationships. It was tough, but you have to go back to, we have 425-ish families counting on us. And if we don't make the right tough decisions, those 450 families aren't going to count on us. And that's my challenge to you guys. Do you have clients that aren't producing what you should? Do you have clients that are wonderful human beings that add to the bottom line, but they're taking you away from the focus? And then we're your sales guys, make sure they're focused on the right ones. If they're not focusing on the front door and bringing in their correct clients, you're never going to get where you want to be. And then we target, so the next point on the strategic plan, targeting talent. And this was, so let me just, I'll give you an example. This is the perfect example that I could find. Here was from our first exhibit, our first Rea Advantage. The ability to obtain and retain Rea and Associates, the ability to obtain and retain Rea 1000 clients is tied to our people. A Rea 1000 clients for you guys, that's a client that we charge $20,000 to in any fashion. So multiple services, one service, $20,000. If you hear us talk about a tier 1 and tier 2, we drop that down to 15,000 and 10,000. We can grow the Rea 1000 client base through hiring famous people from competitor firms with a loyal set of good clients, professionals with specialized skill set, specialized or experts from a target industry. To find these potential employees, we must exert the effort to identify and meet candidates. Getting a feel for the specialty skill in the industry is important. So the reason I read that to you is, how do you do that? It doesn't give you anything in there. What's your budget to do that? Who's responsible for that? There's none of that in that. Our third version, we will hire at least 2 experienced professionals annually who fill a specific opportunity or support a new service opportunity within a firm, as well as make an immediate impact on Rea's bottom line, essentially paying for themselves. Over the course of 18 months, at least half of 1% of the firm's top line revenue will be invested to identify and hire lateral top talent. So now we've gone to the point where we're saying, okay, we're going to specific budget line item. We're going to spend this amount of money on bringing in specific talent into the firm to support you guys. Since we did that, we quickly understood it doesn't take 18 months for these individuals to pay for themselves. You bring in talent, they'll take you to places that you never dreamed of, and it accelerates the growth. So what I would tell you on that one is, look for talent. Look for talent in your competitors. Look for talent in markets that you just didn't assume were going to be part of what you could bring into the firm or your business. You guys remember Mark Rubio talking one time after a state of address where he was talking and he needed something to drink and his mouth got really bad? Oh man, I feel like that right now. It's incredible how, how quickly you can get through the liquids there. So next thing, client opportunity plans. This is the number one thing I think that outside of talent acquisition that we've done as a firm that was wonderful. So we got to accumulate all this talent together, and think about this as the heads of your departments. Think about this, that are truly the people that are making things happen, the experts in your industry are in your companies. We bring them together for 15 minutes to an hour, and we talk about each one of our individual clients. Now you can say, okay, where do you talk about? Yes, we literally talk about every client over $10,000, and we document it in our CRM system, and we do a SWOT analysis about every one of our clients. And the reason we do that is because if we don't understand you guys at a level that everybody across the firm understands you, we can't assist you guys. If you're not having meetings talking about your best clients and how you're going to service them better, just realize this, your competitors are having those meetings. And they're itching for the opportunity to go and talk to your people. I'll tell you, when I say we literally get our experts in, here's the lineup that sits in on our client opportunity meetings. Our investment company, our pension services, our business valuation transaction advisory services, our management IT services, our HR consulting services, our cost segregation services, our state and local tax group, and our general tax assurance partners. It is a huge investment of time that we have in these client opportunity plans, but it is the number one engine for the growth of our firm. We do not sell what you guys do not need. If you don't need it, we're going to give you an idea, but you guys may not take it. We move on and we document that CRM system. But if we don't give you the opportunities to save taxes, to look at another venture, that's our fault, not your fault. And we take that seriously. Now, what I would challenge you guys, are you doing something along that? Or have you gotten comfortable and you've got your clients, you got your core clients that make you a lot of money, that make you very successful, and are just sitting back and you have a lifestyle business as opposed to something growing. Nothing wrong with a lifestyle business. It's a decision you have to make. You don't go through a strategic plan and planning process if you don't have the interest in growing and becoming something different. Got about 15 minutes now. Hopefully that's not a horrible thought in your minds. How are we going to attack 4.0? We're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to each one of our individual verticals, which is industry or consulting. We're going to ask them, what do you want to accomplish over the next 3 years? And our executive team is going to come together and we're going to look at those things and say, are they big enough stretch? Are you going to push us hard enough to get there? Are you going to make it uncomfortable on Rea Corporate Partners, which is overhead basically for the firm? It's myself and our COO and our teams. Are you going to make us uncomfortable what you're trying to do? Tell you what, hiring engineers makes me uncomfortable. That's how I want to be pushed, because then we can push back on them. And by doing that, we make everybody better. We'll pull that together by the end of the year, early in January. We'll go dormant a little bit while everybody's working on opportunity season. And then we're going to be ready to roll that out November 1st. November 1st is going to be big because November 1st, we're going to roll out a rebrand. We're going to roll out a new website. We're going to roll out a new intraweb, and we're going to roll out a new strategic plan. We were not capable of rolling out 4 initiatives like that 2012. There's no way we had a talent in our firm and a leadership in our firm to be able to do that. Now I will tell you, 4 different individuals and sets of individuals are responsible for those things. No doubt in my mind, we will hit every one of those deadlines. 2015, no, we couldn't have done it. 2018, I'm not sure we could have done it. Now, with the group sitting back there, there's no doubt in my mind we're going to do that. So the last part Ryan asked me to talk about, that's enough about our strategic plan and how we got to where we are. Succession planning, as Ryan asked me to talk a little bit about. So I want to dive into that because we have a CPA firm, and in the CPA worlds right now, private equity has figured out that CPA firms are pretty good money makers for them. And they're coming in and they're offering firms significant dollars, excuse me, you guys, to join their ranks, and with the goal of them owning you for 5 to 7 years and then flipping you just like you guys could be. We've taken a vote 6 times as equity principals, and 6 times in a row, it has been 100% to nothing, that we will never sell out. I don't know if we'll ever take that vote again, because it's so ingrained in our whirlwind that we're never going to do that. So we have to run the firm with the understanding we are never going to sell. What does that take? And what is the drive to do that? So little something else. If you become an equity principal inside Rea Associates, you buy 4 shares a year for 5 years, you buy 20 shares. However, Ben's has 1 vote. Ben, you've been a shareholder how long? 3 years. So I've been a shareholder almost 19 years now. I have 1 vote. You never get more than 1 vote. So that we have no one person is more important than the others inside our equity ranks. So if Ben, and it's encouraged that if Ben doesn't agree with what we're trying to do, a no vote's fine. It's our check and balance, so that we're never going to be able to put ourselves in a position where a small minority owns ours. We have another advantage over many of you in the audience. We don't employ family members to the level of equity. So we do not have the relationship issues that you guys have in trying to pass the business down to, it could be son, could be daughter, could be cousins, could be the family members. We don't have that issue. We've written it in. Yeah, I see the smiles and the chuckles out there. You guys are fighting that issue a lot. My clients did all the time. The worst, I hated when I was in practice would be somebody would be like, hey, I'm getting older. I need to divest this thing. What are we going to do? And we're working through a plan. And then the next meeting they go, hey, I did something. And I'm like, oh, what did you do? And they go, I gifted all my kids equal amount of shares. And I'd be like, oh, that's like, oh, I hated it. Because now instead of a focused one individual that we could really make decisions, now we got like 5 or 10 or 40 families that we now have to drive a change through. And it gets infinitely harder when you have to do that. So we don't face a lot of those issues that you guys have, but we've committed to the younger generation. We're not going to sell. And I was talking to Richard here. They've been a client of Rea Associates since 1970. And so you've seen that transition go. We're in our 4th generation of ownership inside the firm. If you look at it, we're about 85 years old. So we have this down pretty pat. I was talking to Kyle Stempel back there in the corner, and we were doing a 2-on-1, which is just a review of a partner. And we looked at each other and we said, our succession is set. When we meet the next generation, and when I say next generation, these are people in their mid-20s to mid-30s. We look at them, they're so capable, they're so outstanding. They're going to take the firm, and we're going to leave it in decent shape. They're going to take it to the next level. There's just absolutely no doubt about it. But what do we do to try to get those people in the firm, educated and kept? We don't treat everybody equally. We don't have to. If you make things happen inside our firm, you get special attention. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You get better pay, you get better attention, and if you ask for something, it probably happens. Now I would challenge you guys. You're not public companies. You have to treat everybody fairly. Everybody's got the same benefits. Everybody's got that. But they don't get your attention. And that's what your team wants. You sitting in this room tells me it's probably pretty lonely in your position because you don't have too many people to talk to. Your teams that are up and comers want to hear from you. They want to understand what it means to run your business. They want to see some of the insight. Now, some of you are extremely private, hold nothing, won't give out any information. Some of you are open books. Inside our firm, we have a tendency to be transparent as can be. We like to tell our team, you can ask us any question. There's only one question we will not answer for you. We will not answer. We have a closed compensation system. We will not tell anybody what each other's compensation is. Other than that, you can ask any question about the firm, and we will answer it for anybody in our firm. That has opened the doors to phenomenal conversations, and it led to a retention that is the envy of our industry. Now, if you ask our team during our town halls that I speak to the entire firm, the question of, hey, we have a lot of turnover now. How's that? our turnover is historically low. It's incredibly low. And that is driving because we put them,
Driving it didn't work well.
going to be around for another 85 years. You're going to own this company. And here are the benefits for you. Because we've made a decision to own the company for the next 85 years, the amount that we spend in education, trainings, it way surpasses the benchmarks of our clients. So we measure everything's based on KPIs. Remember, we talk about the CPA firms all share. They're going to talk about KPIs. I will tell you, I cannot understate the importance of understanding what metrics matter to you guys. And in those metrics, what you have to understand is sometimes you're going to be above the industry norm. Sometimes you're going to be under. If you're above, have a purpose, have a reason. Our spend on our team is way above what our competition will, and it allows us to be successful in that. The other thing we have is accountability at all levels. Accountability may not have been as strong as we wanted it to be back in 2012, 2015. We have instilled a level of accountability, I think, in the firm that at this point in time, we now say there's nowhere to hide. I'd ask you, do you have nowhere to hide inside your businesses? If something's not going right, are you willing to challenge it? Are you willing to have the conversations? That's what we need to do as a group. That's why we have those client opportunity plans. If we spot something inside your firm that's not going right, we're going to ask you about it. Doesn't mean you have to address it. We're going to ask you about it. We're going to bring it up to into the light. We got the last few minutes here. So I'll just finish with this. Hopefully you picked up a couple points here. Nobody nodded off. Thank you, Dave. I really appreciate that. It is an absolute blessing and an honor to work with you guys. Just hearing the conversations, watching you guys walk in, watching the groups communicate with each other, watching you guys move from group to group. It's a lot like I see in the industry, accounting industry, just talking to each other in that. Congratulations for being in the room. I wish you the best of success. Lastly, to my partners in the back and team in the back, it is an absolute honor to be the CEO of Rea Associates. It's a dream job, and they're a fantastic team. So, Brian, does anybody have any questions on any of that stuff?
So could we somehow get a copy of the SWOT that you for our company?
The client opportunity plan?
Yes, like you said you conduct SWOTs for all your good clients or your over a certain
I'm sure
threshold.
you guys all have a client opportunity plan. Absolutely. If they're not, so they probably have not, we've never been asked to share that. And they're in our CRM system. But that is absolutely something. So one of the concerns we have in client opportunity plans is we'll come in and we'll look at your business. And Joe, we'll look at your business and we'll find 12 things that we think we should talk to you about. And then we're going to go, oh my gosh, if we go in there and tell Joe, you have 12 things wrong with your business, you know, and maybe it's not wrong. Maybe it's just our view of the business of why we'll overwhelm you guys. And you think we're just going to be, you know, trying to sell you additional service. So we'll ratchet those down and try to say, hey, what's the most important that? But have a copy of that. I have absolutely zero problem in you guys getting a copy of client. This is your information. This is what you're paying us to do, is to understand that and then give that to you.
Thank you.
Yep. So I made a commitment for you, Ryan. Make sure somebody follows through on that. There's going to be accountability on that one. Yeah, absolutely.
What's your strategy with sharing that strategic plan throughout the rest of the organization?
So like I said, we're completely transparent firm. It's on our intranet, so everybody has access to the Rea Advantage. Like we'll blow it. Like when we bring our firm together once a year in late October, early November. Like next November's, we'll have like nearly an entire day on a strategic plan and throw it up there and try to get everybody invested in it to make sure that they understand. So one of the keys was when I took over, our administrative people didn't see how they could affect the strategic plan. And that really bothered me. So we try to educate the team on how their efforts help in the overall plan of what we're trying to do. So it is completely transparent. So in the rush, the other thing is, last thing, I should have said this when I was talking. Our compensation methodology for our principal group didn't align with our strategic plan. And so this is the amazing thing inside our firm that I don't think others are blessed with. I was on the job as CEO maybe a month or two, and I said, hey, time out. Hey, our compensation methodology is completely broken. We're going to redo the entire thing. And you guys, I'm going to take the next 6 months, work out a plan. And I say it's not I. There's none of this is I. The team that I worked with was COO, Bob Bunting, the board, just a whole group of about 20 people working. We changed the entire compensation methodology to mirror our strategic plan. You have to have that alignment throughout your company. So sorry about that. I answered your question. Well, I think I answered your question. Maybe I did. And then went off on a tangent there. But have alignment through your entire organization, understanding what you're trying to accomplish. Having that alignment means people have to know where you're trying to get to. I'm a firm believer in that. Now, I don't run a small manufacturer. So you might have some challenges in that. But our team is awesome. Any other questions? I'll be around all day, so if you guys want to talk, just let me know. Thank you for not falling asleep. I really appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
I can't leave this picture up when I present. Is that going to be all right? All right. Get my notes real quick. All right, I may put you to sleep on this, but I'll try not to. If we get ahead too, we're going to take a quick break before our panel, and we'll have to get it started anyways. So first of all, I want to just thank Mark for his presentation. It kind of aligns with kind of what I'm going to talk about with KPIs. And KPIs are key performance indicators. I bet you everyone knows what that stands for, but they're measurable values that allow you to understand how your department or organization is performing. Okay, there's 4 key musts in KPIs that you have to have. And Mark hit on a couple of these, but I'm just going to reiterate. So the first one, it's got to be well defined. It's got to be measurable. He brought that up. If you can't measure it, it doesn't have as much of an effect. 2, he brought this up as well, communication. It's got to be communicated throughout the organization. Teams got to be aligned. Teams got to be marching to the same beat, right? The common goal, common strategy. So make sure it's communicated throughout the organization. It's not just housed in the leadership team or the management team. Okay, it's from the bottom up or top down. It's everything. It's everybody involved. The third, it's got to be applicable to your business or department. They got to be able to relate to it, what you're driving towards. And the fourth one is it's crucial to achieve your goal. All this stuff are must for our KPIs. You got to hit goals, right? You got to hold yourself accountable. So those are the things I wanted to make sure that they're key musts in KPIs. On the agenda today, I'm going to go over the importance, different types, and tips for using KPIs. I'm not going to show you how to build a KPI and whatnot, but I'm going to kind of get you guys thinking like what you guys should think about, because there's a lot of different KPIs, and I'll talk a little bit about that in detail, and I'll give you a few on the slide and kind of get your mind going, and maybe you guys have those, but some of the ones you'll be like, oh, maybe that one will be good for our business to drive, some kind of behavior, some kind of results, etc. So that's the agenda for today. So I'm going to hit on each of these. So the importance of KPIs, starting with 1, enhancing employee morale. As Mark said, your biggest asset is your people. So, how does KPIs help create employee morale? Well, first of all, it can create motivated employees and job satisfaction because they're reaching for a goal. It gets them motivated. It can foster a positive and collaborative team and culture, right? It can bring people together because it's not just an individual goal. Usually it's a team goal. It's a company goal. It's a department goal. So when they hit those goals, there should be reward or celebration sometimes. So they, you achieve something. Just like any organization, team, professional teams, sports, kids sports, when they accomplish goals, kids get ice cream when you're young, right? They enjoy that. They're motivated, right? Just something like that. Like it fosters good culture behavior. The second one is to support your business objectives. So this can help provide a company's business objectives because you're looking at financial measures, operational measures, people measures, or employee measures. It's a performance. So you're tracking that and you're supporting your business objectives for that year. If it's a strategic plan, it could be 1 to 5 years, 1 to 3 years, whatever that time frame is. But again, you're marching towards a common goal and supporting your objectives to grow. The third one is encourage company growth. So in this one, this can help identify, and help a company, discover continuous improvement. You can start with continue because no one's, again, you get a benchmark out there and a KPI, you get a goal, but again, looking for continuous improvement to get there. It just doesn't happen overnight. It's again, everyone's that has that mindset because again, everyone likes to win, right? No one likes to lose. Everyone wants to get there, and if the team wins, the company wins, everyone wins. Yep, and you guys are together. Again, it's all about the culture and the focus and alignment for the on encouraging the company growth. The fourth one is to manage company performance. So this is about accountability. So it helps an individual maintain its personal, team, and department goals. So again, it gives them something to benchmark, to go after. It's in their performance appraisal, right? It's on a goal to have. We need to hit this or hit this number, or have less defects, et cetera. Whatever the metric is, to get inventory down. Raw materials are high, stuff like that. So whatever it is, it holds people accountable, and that's what Mark mentioned that in the strategic plan. And then the next one is measure progress. So again, scorecarding, tracking your results, to let you know what improvements did you make. Do you see that you put out on the floor? Is it improving operations? Is it improving the policies and the procedures you're putting in place? Do you see the results of that? And that's how you track it. Again, tracking your results or managing your progress. And lastly, data tells a story, right? It could be a good story, it could be a bad story. But looking at those results, the positive and the negative results, and then doing actionable items from that, right? If you are winning, why are you winning? Understanding that and driving that and build that discipline into your current operations, current teams. If you're losing or underperforming, why are you underperforming? You need to start figuring out why, and can you make a change and evolve so you're more successful in the future. So those are the importance that I noted in KPIs. This is the different types of KPIs. So there's 10,000 KPIs. If you go out and look on the internet, but you need to focus, and it's extremely important to identify which ones are going to drive and which ones you want to focus on. Some companies I could say depends on the size. You could do 3 to 5 per department, or it could be company wide. But you need to start honing in and focusing. I think Mark mentioned when they first did the TRA, they had everything. They were trying to do everything, and it was the elephant was swallowing them. They weren't doing anything well. And so companies like you guys will need to start pinpointing which KPIs are going to help drive better decisions, drive profitability, drive better quality products, because quality is important. So you can have retention or repeat customers, stuff like that. So you build your brands, right? Your companies are in here; they're well known. People know who you are, and that's all built on KPIs and quality. So you want to continue to drive that and get, again, that'll only should improve your sales and your quality, and they're going to come to you and they rely on you. So again, different types, but I would recommend as well is, KPIs from the leadership team, management team, they should be meeting they should have a reporting package that they're meeting every month, every quarter, and seeing, how we're doing, what we're doing, what we need to do change wise. Because again, it's always evolving. It's a plan, it's a KPI, and you track it against, okay, here's your actuals, and then here's what your budget was or your forecast. You're going to have to pivot. Things aren't perfect. We don't live in a perfect world. I tell my kids that every day. It's not going to be, you're going to be doing this every day. Something's going to pop up, and so that's where you got to meet and hold yourselves accountable and meeting on at least a monthly cadence, and then quarterly, look at quarterly, looking at year-on-year comparisons, quarter-on-quarter, and see how well you're doing. It's a huge thing because, again, you can have all these metrics, but if you're not meeting, is anyone doing anything? Is anyone driving? It gets lost. It's just a number out there. Now, if you're holding your teams accountable, individuals, departments, the whole company, then you're marching together. There's other KPIs that can be daily, weekly. Those are the operation ones, right? Operation ones, they're quickly moving. So you need to look at your, labor variances. How's your PPVs, production price variances? How's those coming up? What we're buying versus what we said we were going to buy. It's affecting cash flow. If you're not looking at those daily, looking at your throughputs, machine time down, like that, those are important things that as an operation manager, you're going to want to get your hands on. You want to manage your costs. So you're looking at those things more frequently. So there's some that you're going to do more frequently than just monthly or quarterly, but your leadership team should be looking at least monthly KPIs or monthly reporting packets. These KPIs should give you indication on leading and lagging indicators. It should tell you a story like, again, where you're at, again, why you're leading, why you're lagging. Again, if you're lagging, why you're lagging, and start making changes. Again, this gives you the data to help make business decisions. And a lot of companies don't do this. They don't take the time to do it because they're busy, right? You guys are running a business and you don't want to put the time to do that. But the importance of that is to help give direction to, drive for better results. Or if you're doing things well, why is this group best in class doing well? Can we reapply that to other departments? So it's just a learning lesson, right? As you go through. So the financial metrics we'll talk about in a second, customer metrics, process, which is more operations, and people. So a lot on here. I could have done a lot more, but I don't want to bore you guys. So from a financial metric, I start with profit, okay? Looking at gross margin, looking at contribution margin, segment profit. We do have a handout on some of those, how they're calculated, so I didn't want to bore you with the technical pieces of it. But what you need to look at on this profit is you look at it by company first. That's holistically, whole level, right? And then you start weeding it down by department, by customer, by SKU or item, by brand, if you have certain brands that you want to see. This will help you see, like, again, what is your goal, for the year? Are you hitting it or not? And then what adjustments you need to make. If it's a pricing thing, there's a lot of pricing going on today, right? Fluctuations in raw materials, fuel, labor's gone up. And so making sure you're understanding, the profit side of it to see if you need to make any changes. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you got it locked in, you're good, your price is set, you're hitting the right margins that you want. But eventually, you look at that each month, each quarter as it's evolving and making sure if there's any changes you need to make. We have a lot of clients, unfortunately, that don't understand that piece of it and they can't react. They're not reacting fast enough. So what's happening? They're diluting their margins. Their margins are getting ate up because they're not making the changes, because they're not looking at the profit side, the gross margin side of it, the contribution margin or the segment profit or net income. So again, just challenging you guys to start, focusing and looking at that and driving that. The second one is costs. So monitor your costs or expenses to make sure you're managing it and reducing it to increase profitability. Again, there's certain things out there you may want to drive out. If it's, repair and maintenance, right? It's gone up, maybe a reason, but do you want to reduce that? Do you want to reduce, supplies, production supplies, et cetera? Like if something's going on, you got to start looking at that. How can you drive out some loss or expenses and make sure you get the same quality? I don't want to sacrifice quality ever for expenses, but making sure it makes sense. But monitoring your expenses. The third is revenue versus target. On this one, you can look at variances. So actual versus your budget and any dollar amount. So maybe you have $1,000 you need to explain. So explain why it increased by $1,000. Why did it decrease by 1,000 or 10,000? Whatever your materiality is, or if something decreased or increased by a percentage. So, this line item on the P&L decreased by 10%. Why? They need to have an explanation. Why did it increase by 10%? Understanding those aspects of your business so you can ask good business questions to start driving out some of that. You may have a goal. We want to reduce this by 8%. Make sure it's measurable, attainable, but do you have that goal? Well, if you get it down by 8%, it's X amount to your bottom line. So the importance of monitoring your costs, expenses, or revenue versus target. Sales by region, I always like this. I don't know, there's not many salespeople in here, but you can get key insights from sales by region. So you can look at it and say, okay, in the East, we're underperforming. Why are we underperforming? And in the West, they're overperforming or they're best in class. So that should help you go up with a strategic plan on how to improve sales. Why is the East down and underperforming? Why is the West winning? There could be reasons, but get that answer. But if you don't have that data and you're not looking at it, how do you know to ask that question? Your sales are down, but you don't know if it's in the East or the West and what's causing what not. So again, another focus area around the sales piece of it. Inventory turns. So this one should hit a lot of people. On inventory turns, how quickly can you take your finished goods to cash? Working capital, right? Or your raw materials. Do you have too much raw materials? So all your cash is sitting in inventory. You can't use that to invest in a new machine. You can't invest that in getting new people or new software. So again, looking at inventory turns on a finished good on a monthly basis, weekly basis, to make sure, okay, it can change a company quickly on, okay, if we turn this stuff, or we're looking at slow moving inventory. Why is it slow moving? Do we stop making those some products? Because it's cost us to carry that inventory. It's costing us money now and it's not turning. So again, looking at inventory turns as well. Order accuracy, this is more on the, orders to customers. How accurate are you? Because again, you want customers repeating orders. You don't want to be shorting them or making them upset or mad. And so making sure you're tracking order accuracy. How good are you? And fill rates and whatnot there. The next one, forecast accuracy. On this one, I like this one because you can project out based on monthly trends how you're going to finish the next month or the year or the quarter. So then you can make a business decision if you want to push some expenses through because we're going to have good sales, good revenue, or we're tight. We need to pull back a little bit, right? Without looking at a forecast and kind of get some trends, some seasonality, and some, your flow of your business, then you can start getting in front of that, right? Versus, again, this is all being proactive versus reactive. So again, forecast accuracy there. Capital expenditure. So a lot of you guys have invested in machines, equipment, right? So what's the payback for buying those machines? A lot of clients we work with, they go by their gut, say this is going to take care of itself. We're going to get this revenue. We're going to get the worst case you can do is if you do that and you have no revenue or sales, it's a boat anchor sitting there that's collecting dust and it's costing you money. Now that depreciation is hitting that P&L. So focusing on a return on investment, looking at NPV, net present value, IRR. Do you have a hurdle rate? So if you want to hit a certain percentage, if we buy this equipment for $1 million, I want to make sure we get a 20% return on this investment at least. That could be a baseline, but setting targets on capital expenditures and return on investment. And then lastly, on this slide on the financial metrics is VPM. So volume, price, mix. A lot of times before COVID, there was a lot of fluctuation in raw materials, fuel, labor, et cetera. You could probably get comfortable with your numbers, but now with your price changes, what's really driving your gains or losses? Is it volume? Is it pricing? So you isolate pricing, you isolate volume. And lastly is mix, because some products will earn more margin than others. You have a gross margin on some and some that you lose a little bit more. Understanding those three components will help you make different decisions on how you're going to run your business. So again, there's a lot more than this, but I kind of wanted to hit the highlights on what, as a business owner, I would want to look at a lot of these will take care of, a lot of things that you want to drive as on a financial metric for your company. All right, moving on. Am I boring yet? Hopefully I didn't bore you, put you guys to sleep. So now going to the customer side. So this is another metric that you guys, as an owner, would want to look at. So did you guys, by a show of hands, do you guys know your strategic customers? Which ones are doing well? Which ones you're making good margin on? And which ones, like Mark was saying, we pruned out, right? They might not have been as profitable. Good people, good client, but they didn't fit in our strategic model, our strategic plan. So again, looking at this, because time is money, and if there's some slow moving volume that you're utilizing resources, labor, overhead to build, and you're breaking even, right? You're doing all this work, you're grinding it out, you're breaking even. Does it make sense to have that, or take that time and resource and overhead and labor and take it to a more profitable line that's growing, that people are wanting to buy? And so we take that line time to those products, to those customers, and drive that. Or on this one too, is you look at your customer base and you're saying these ones aren't strategic. Do you have a top to top with that customer and say, we have to take pricing because we had X, Y, Z go up, and that's not easy conversations, but if you have the data, you can say, raw materials went up. If not, you're eating that. It's a lot of people are passing things through. You see at grocery stores, the prices that went up significantly, they're passing that through to the end customer. So looking at your customer profitability is key. Customer retention. So how satisfied is your customers? Are they repeat customers? Do you know? Sometimes people measure that. Maybe it's not applicable to you, but some clients will do that. Look at customer retention. The third one is number of customers. Are you gaining or losing, and what rate are you gaining or losing? Does it make sense? Again, you don't have to just gain customers. It doesn't always make sense to do that. You got to make sure it's profitable volume. Because again, if it's not profitable, you trying to fit, 1,000 customers versus strategically when you do 500 is going to make X amount on the bottom line versus 1,000 is going to actually hurt your bottom line. So just identifying the number of customers and whatnot there. The fourth one, customer acquisition costs. So anytime you get a new customer, it's going to cost more, right? Because you've never ran that product, you've never done their configuration, whatever it is. It could be a product or a customer. You're not going to get the efficiencies that you're going to get in years 2 and 3, right? Your goal is to get 100% efficient, at least by year 2 or 3, whatever metric you have. But are you accounting for that or understand getting a new customer, you may want to bump up that cost a little bit because you're going to have some more scrap. You're going to have more loss. You're not comfortable running that. And maybe eventually you can give them a good faith and say, okay, we're going to reduce it because now we're running at 100% efficient. We can pass that reduction to you because now we took it initially as that initial step. But some people do it as well just to get in the door at a low price, just to get in the door and then build it up later. Whatever way you want to do it, but at least identifying what that is. And then last, this one could be a financial metric, but I did put it in the customer metric, is days sales outstanding divided by average days to pay or days payable outstanding. So as you guys probably know, to maximize your cash, you're going to have days payable greater than days sales outstanding just to maximize your cash. But again, another metric, a financial metric that you could use to identify, again, working capital, cash flow, that piece there. So I'm going to keep going. Process metrics. This, I could have labeled this operation metrics. This is all around the plant and the floor. So the first one is customer support tickets. These are the number of new tickets that you have per day, per week. And what's the number you're being resolved? What's the timing that you're being resolved, and how much is it costing you to fix, some of these tickets that are brought up to you on the floor? Percent of defects, pretty self-explanatory, but you want to monitor that. Defective products, right? What's your scrap rate? A lot of companies that we deal with, maybe you have a scrap rate of 10%. There should be a goal in there. Can you reduce it to 8 or to half that, 5%? And what do you have to put in place to get that goal? Because what's 5% equal in dollars to the bottom line? Identify that, understand that, and figure out how you get there. The third is efficiency. This is throughputs. The more you can get out in a machine, and at the same, the more you're going to get cost per unit down, right? And so looking at your efficiencies by your machines or your processes. On-time delivery. This is the customers. Again, happy customer, happy sale, whatnot. Making sure you're hitting their deadlines, their time, because a lot of people are on back order, right? You'll have a competitive advantage if you can reduce that back order from X to Y, right? How do ways to see that and do that? Machine output, again, that's volume related. One that I don't know if you guys have this a lot, but supplier quality. So if there's suppliers that are giving you defective products, well, you run those through. Well, that's going to slow your line down. You're going to have to rework things. Do you have anything and identify a supplier scorecard? Some companies are big enough that do that. Some people may not, but if there's some suppliers that aren't delivering on their end, that's causing you some headache, how do you make sure you have that data captured? Fill rate, if you're, this was more on the food side, over or under filling products. You know, if you overfill all the time, you're gonna be losing some, you know, to your bottom line, right? Making sure you have a good line there on overfill, underfill. This one is important, I believe. Downtime on machines. So there should be a program or something, if you have a lot of machines, if you can get one, is to understand when they need autonomous maintenance, when they need the cleaning, lubing, inspection, right? Just like a car, you know, PM work, you get an oil change. Those machines will eventually start running slower, and you should see that. Do you have schedules in your systems to help identify when it needs to do PM work, preventive maintenance, to get it back to baseline? When I say back to baseline, it's like when it was bought brand new. So this machine could be 10 years old. Well, you're starting to see some inefficiencies on the line. Well, there should have been a program in place to get that up. No one touched that machine in 10 years. Well, you should have a program to tell you, identify that, you know, whatnot, to when you can do that preventive maintenance. And then variance reporting, labor, you know, labor variance, looking at that, your actuals versus your budget, how well your labor and your manning's going, how much overtime, looking at that and reporting there. And then lastly is the production volume. I had that multiple times. So that's kind of the process or operation metrics that I identified. But again, there's tons out there. And then people. This is very important. Again, do you look at your people metrics? A lot of companies maybe not. What's your attrition rates, employee turnover? Because again, you know how much it costs to invest in a new person, and if they leave, all the education, the training you did, and then you got to get a new one, all that cost and effort. What's your attrition rate? So that can tell you a story. Is our culture something happening out in the line? What do we need to do from a leadership team, management team, floor, whatnot? But what's your attrition rate? What's your employee satisfaction? So research says happy employees more productive and they're more inclined to stay. So if they're not happy, you're not getting as much throughput stuff out, and they're going to leave more than likely. They'll find something else. So employee satisfaction is a critical metric that measure and see where you're at from a culture standpoint. This one's internal promotions versus external. So are you promoting people internally and only going external when you don't have that capability built in-house? Because I know a lot of companies, if promote from within, people will stay inclined. They trust the company. They're going to want to stay more. But if you're always hiring external and overlapping me, eventually we're like, as my course ran its way, and I need to move on. So tracking that as well. And then lastly, this one's about recordables, workers' comp, right? TIR, you want a healthy employee. You want your employees to go home healthy. They got families, whatnot. So making sure you have a safe environment, tracking that. You want 0 recordables. So I'll bring up one Smucker story. So at Smuckers, we did track this. And if there was 0 throughout the year, we'd have a big celebration, because that helps, morale, but it also helps financially too, because you're not covering the workers' comp. But it's more important on the people though, in tracking that and rewarding them for good behavior, making sure, like, if there's near misses, you identify why it was almost a near miss. Why did someone almost get hurt? Because they didn't lock out, tag out something, or they didn't go in and do this in the procedures. And so making sure you get that behavior in there, because it's going to cost you a lot of money if something bad happens. So again, tracking TIR. Am I good on time, Andrew? I mean, let me know I know you got about 12 minutes, so I got to wrap this up soon. I'm almost done. So tips. This will be real quick. So tips we're using: align your goals. So have strategic goals and objectives. 2, Mark hit this too. They're attainable. You got to measure it. If you can't measure it, you can't get that data easily, it becomes irrelevant, right? You got to be able to measure it and be attainable. They got to be accurate. The worst thing you can do is roll this numbers up and there's a flaw in your numbers. You got to be accurate on your data, because again, it should be in front of the employees from top to bottom, where we're marching, where we're going. And if something's not accurate, they call that out, and then they're like, we can't trust these. We're not, whatnot. So that's one thing that's very important. They got to be actionable. You got to be able to take what you learned and do an action upon it. You got to be able to make a change if something's not working, or if it is working, why is it working, and keep building that discipline within a normal business process. And lastly is evolving. Things change on a dime. If your process is not changing, you're not evolving as your business grows, then you're behind times. Again, as your business grows, you continue to, you got to evolve. Just because you did it today doesn't mean it's going to work in the future always. So you got to make sure you're evolving your process on KPIs as well. And then in summary, in closing, so benefits, again, it keeps everyone on the same page. They're aligned, right? And that's the first and the third one. And scorecarding tracks results. It gives you leading and lagging indicators on where you need to go fish and hunt and go from there. So with that, I got 2 minutes. Any questions before I turn over to Andrew? And we can get these presentations to you guys too, if you guys want them to. So thanks for your time. Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan. So as Ryan mentioned, my name is Andrew James. I do lead our data analytics team here at Rea Associates. Hopefully Mark lets me stay here on Monday after I walked out during his presentation. So maybe you won't see me after today, but maybe I'll stick around for a little bit. So change management is one of those things that is super hard, right? Every time that I go into a new client, I'm learning something different. If it's either interacting with them, interacting with their teams, or even just different approaches. I'm one of those show of hand presenters. So how many people in this room, show of hands real quick, either put in a new building this last year, a new line this year, last year, or just expanded their footprint overall? Okay, quite a few. How many people put in a new ERP system this last year? Okay, couple. How many people put in a data analytics platform this next year? All right, everybody else, get my business card, let's talk. But as you can see throughout the room, a lot of people in here have went through some type of change within the last year. I mean, if we go back a couple of years ago from a COVID time all the way up through now, things are just dynamically changing on a daily basis. As leaders within organizations, as leaders within our own teams, we do start to go through a curve of change. So first off, it's I really don't need to change. Things are working. My bottom line's still healthy. I'm still making money, and I'm really in that denial perspective. Then all of a sudden, maybe something happens, maybe something's not working right, maybe you're seeing something a little different out there in your industries, then you start to get a little bit of frustration. So it's, hey, I've been doing this for years, why isn't this working? What do we actually need to go and what do we actually need to go do? Then all of a sudden, as you realize you do have to change, you start to get into this valley of despair. I'll tell you a little bit of a valley of despair story, and it involves Ryan and myself. So I've known 18 years now. Went to my wedding, we're good friends, hang out, all that kind of stuff. We were doing an integration of a $6 billion company, and Ryan was leading the manufacturing side of it, and I was leading the accounts payable side of it. Ryan made some decision, I don't even remember what it was now, and I just hated this decision. It was going to make me have extra people on my team, it was going to make me delay processing payments. Me and him just started yelling at each other this meeting at Smucker's at the time, and if anybody knows Smucker's and their culture, you do not yell at Smucker's. So Ryan and I are just like screaming at each other in this meeting. And so I don't know if any of you know Lonnie Miller that works at Mount Hope. He steps in, pretty much like shuts off the lights. Meeting's over. You guys get out of here. Blah blah blah. So when you're going through change, you get stressed out. You know, temper flare. You do start to get into that valley of despair and into that depression. But what usually comes out of that is you say, and in Ryan and I's case, we have to work together. We have to solve whatever this problem is. We need to fix it. What are different solutions that we can actually do? And that's when you start to get into that experimentation and coming up with solutions to be able to help your teams. Then finally, and we accepted it. We still talk today. We still hang out today. We moved on to that acceptance phase, right? So everything worked out. Things are moving forward. Hopefully I don't trip and fall. And we're moving on to something that's actually going to work, benefit us, benefit our customers. Some things to remember though, as you are starting to go through change. First thing you are doing is you're changing mindset. So before you even put in a new ERP, put in a new line, whatever that may be, you're actually changing the mindset of your individuals. We're all creatures of habit. I wake up every morning, I feed my dogs, wake up the baby, I drink a cup of coffee, do that every single morning, right? As you're going into with your employees, hey, you aren't using this ERP anymore. You're not using this manufacturing line. Hey, you got to go to this new location or this new building. You're actually changing the mindset of that person and actually creating new habits for that people. Some people it takes a little bit longer. Some people will pick it up quickly. It is something hard to do, and you have to resonate with your individuals to be able to change that mindset. The thing that gets lost a lot during change management is to be clear and concise. Excuse me. As you're going through a project, maybe it's an ERP implementation, maybe it's data analytics implementation, whatever it may be, a lot of things get thrown your way. Timelines get pushed out, you make different decisions that affect your business. Things just change as you go through it because you're learning more and more information as you go through the course of it. So as that's happening, make sure you're communicating to your employees. I've seen companies where they're putting in a new ERP and hey, you're going to see this here in 3 months. They don't say anything and now it's 6 months and now it's 9 months. You start to kind of lose your team and lose the expectations of what's coming because you're not having that constant communication with them. Culture is something that determines how successful you are at change. I was part of an ERP implementation. This is about a year and a half ago, where we actually put in the ERP implementation, and some people in the C-suite were telling people you don't have to use a new ERP system. So they said, run as quickly as you can. Who cares about the ERP system? We need to get product out the door. We did our first inventory and lost 25% of our inventory. Imagine what that does to your business when 25% of your inventory was in the system, you're planning thinking you had it, and then all of a sudden it's all gone. And that is all because the culture was not bought into this new ERP system. And then we had tons of headaches and tons of things that we had to fix to be able to get them past that. Excuse me. Change does create tough decisions, especially in the data analytics world that I live in right now. I'm going to show things to people that they've never seen before, profitability they've never seen before. Maybe someone on your line that is slower than somebody else at making the same type of items. It is going to make tough decisions that we as leaders within organizations have to change and adapt to over time. And lastly, there's no such thing as a flawless implementation. Man. I've had companies where it takes them 3 years to put in an ERP and it was a disaster when they put it in. But they wanted to make it flawless. They kept iterating, they kept iterating, they kept iterating. And then all of a sudden we went live and it didn't work well. There's no such thing as a flawless implementation. You have to adapt, you have to respond, you have to work with your teams and try to figure out ways to fix things. So I always tell people don't wait until it's perfect because it's never going to be perfect to put it in. One of the things that we do as we go into organizations, as we actually try to set up change management, is we try to create a team of different levels. First, we have a project manager, and this is going to be the person that's leading the overall project. This is your go-to person. You have a question, you have a concern, you need updates from them, you're going to them, they're touching base with all the teams, and they're discussing what's going on the project, timelines, things like that. Thing that gets missed quite often as part of these processes is a process improvement team. Because you put in a new ERP, it does not fix bad behaviors. Because you put in data analytics, it does not fix bad behaviors. So if you have people that maybe don't fill out a time card or don't fill out production or don't move inventory, just because you put in a new ERP, that's not all going to go away. You're still going to have those same issues. So how do you create a process improvement team as you're making change where they're fixing some of these issues? They're looking at time cards. They're looking at production logs. They're doing cycle counts. And you start to fix some of this stuff as you're going through the change management curve. Then you also need your implementers and your subject matter experts. These are the people that know your systems, know your processes, and can test it and validate to make sure that it works in the future. Then also, I got to plug myself in here. You always need the data analytics guy, right? So as we go through change, we're expecting certain results. We're expecting ROIs, everything that Ryan kind of talked about. So how do you have someone on the data side or on the finance side to measure, make sure you're getting those results and you're hitting those results? And then lastly, the one that I struggle with is the training aspect. You got to make sure you have great training. You want to be able to train people, iterate with people over the course of the change so that by the time they go live, it's not a change. They've already seen it, they've already done it, they've already experienced. It's nothing new to them. And lastly, something that's always lost across organizations. We're not perfect, right? We're going to make mistakes. We're going to put something in place that maybe doesn't work or isn't 100% best. We have to have that humility and actually ask for feedback. Go to your teams. What's working? What's not working? How can we help? How can we change? How can we make things better? Don't be scared to talk to them. I mean, we all have those people that are going to give us feedback even if we don't ask for it, right? But really go to them and understand what's going on because they're the ones that are living it every single day. And sometimes maybe we do make wrong decisions. Maybe we do need to change something and make it better. So always talk to your team and ask for that feedback. And with that, I'm a lot quicker than Ryan, so. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Yep, right here, Rochelle's got it.
Thank you. So you mentioned some data analytics platforms there. So rather than catching you at a break, which the agenda is pretty full,
Yeah.
what's the alternatives to that, or how to select a good data analytics platform for the organization?
Yeah, so I think the first thing that every organization needs to look at is where's our data coming from today? So are we using multiple ERP systems? Are we tracking things in Excel? Kind of where that's coming. And then that helps to frame what type of process you need and what you need to do. So some of my smaller clients that I've worked with, we can directly connect to an ERP system. So I'm looking for a platform that can connect to their ERP. So if it's a Power BI platform, maybe they have a connector day one that I can go pull information from their ERP and I don't have to do anything else. Or it's Tableau or whatever else it may be. If you can't connect directly to an ERP, then what I'm usually doing is I'm looking to see how can we get that data surfaced and into a data warehouse. So then you got to go through the whole process of getting all the data into a SQL database or something along those lines. And then you can use Power BI, Tableau, whatever agnostic tool that you want to at that point in time. So that's usually how I go through is I want to know how many data sources you have, where it's coming from, how you're using the data today to then help frame some of those conversations on where to go into the future. Hopefully that helps. Everybody's different. Everybody has different, ERP systems, ways of functioning and things like that. So.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. My name is Kyle Stemple. I'm our East Central Regional President for Rea Associates. I oversee our New Philly, Millersburg, Worcester, Marietta, and Zanesville offices. And then I also work with our manufacturing team. So I'm going to do we're going to do some introductions here. We're going to get into we've got some questions predetermined. And then the same group that has the mics for the last sessions. You've got some really good people up here. So let's see if we can get some really hard questions for them and see if we can make them a little uncomfortable. So Rob, do you want to start introduction?
I've been in banking. I've been in banking 31 years.
You don't have to talk into it, but if it's
All right.
close, you're good.
Got it. All right, I'm Dan Calvin. I'm an attorney at Critchfield. I work out of our Medina office, worked here in Worcester for a few years before moving up north. Primarily do small business and real estate, and my corporate business practices, a lot of that focuses on M&A work.
And I'm Tony Yoder. I'm with Investment Partners. We're the wealth management arm of Rea. I've been a financial advisor for 8 years now. And we work with individuals, retirees, corporate retirement plans. We have some corporate clients that we work with as well. So we handle just about anything from an investment standpoint.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. We're going to jump right in. I figure with these questions, I'll let each of you with your response. And we'll start the first one down with Rob. So Rob, where do you see inflation heading? And in response to the Federal Reserve moving interest rates in the coming years, what's your prediction on what's going to happen?
we're certainly not out of this thing. And I think we're going to stay flat. Boy, we'd like to see a couple, 2 to 3 bumps down next year. And our president of our bank sits on the Federal Reserve Board. So they have discussions about that. So I wouldn't get too excited about rates dropping a lot. But here's the tough thing about rates. Right now, we're at an inverted curve. So if everybody can picture a hockey stick, the hockey stick is turned upside down. Longer term rates, as you go out, the longer term rate should go up. Well, right now, a longer term rate is cheaper than a fixed rate or a floating rate. So let's say that normal economics kick back in next year and the hockey stick goes up. You may not get a fixed rate next year when the adjustable rates are down versus what you could get today. So it's a tough time if you do the scale where those are at. So the big question, you lock in, you're not lock in on rates. I can't answer that one just because of general economics and where the hockey stick is at. But here's what I would say. In your thoughts, you need to say, hey, what happens if it goes to 9 or 9.5? Are you ready for that? So I think based on most of the highlights that I see, like mine in the room, that we've been around to see rates higher, it can happen. I can remember, actually, I worked at First Merit. We put up on the wall where LIBOR went to 0.99. We thought, we will never see that again. Well, we saw that for 10 years. I didn't think we'd see that for 10 years. So to your point, I wouldn't expect rates to drop a lot. I hope we get a little reprieve. The other problem we'll have, and we'll get into a little bit later, is liquidity with banks. We can talk about that as well.
Dan, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with Rob. I mean, it's nice to see inflation is not as bad as it was a year ago, but it's still there. It's going to be around, and it continues to be a problem. I mean, rates also would love to see them come down, but I don't know if anybody's checked the news this morning, but we got another good jobs report, and Federal Reserve doesn't really like that very much. So they're going to keep doing what they can do to cool off the economy, and that's means probably raising rates. So maybe they'll stay put, or maybe they'll go up another little bit, but I also don't see them coming down anytime soon.
Anything to add, Tim?
No, I think they're both pretty spot on. I was actually going to bring up the jobs report. I mean, the Fed's been fairly hawkish to begin with, and leaving that door open for any additional rate hikes this year. And I think that probably just increases the probability of it, happening this year. And I think Rob's right. I do think that based off of the Fed's expectations, I think they're hoping to keep rates higher longer and avoid having to cut them right away. So I think that that's a very real possibility that we, if we see rate cuts, that might not be till, end of 24 going into 25 before you would see anything like that. I don't think they're in a super big hurry to start that path yet.
Thanks, guys. Rob, I want to dive into that a little bit more with you. You've been doing this for a couple of years. We look back at history a lot of times to predict the future. And as a business person, I'm looking and working with clients on that. But I feel like some of the past is not predicting our future anymore. So when you look back at years past and you say, hey, we went through something similar, that I feel like our outcome today may be different than what it was behaving in what people would call normal in the past.
Liquidity issue you have or haven't. The larger banks back saying, hey, lending happening, we'll see more volume in certain buy up. So then we might be looking at what we saw in 08. Banks have to take it. Not a problem. Local bank, and I don't think the local banks here are. History could be.
So, Dan, Tony, anything to add?
I mean, the only thing I would add is we don't really know if history is going to repeat itself until after it has. And so, we'll see. I mean, I think certainly in this area, we're very lucky to have a lot of local community banks that are not putting the brakes on completely like some of the bigger banks are. So, I mean, whether it's People or CSB or Wayne Savings, I mean, Apple Creek, you just go down the list. There's a lot of good banks in this area. And so there's a lot of options out there. So I think that helps certainly the people in this room as compared to some people in some other markets.
Just talking about banks directly, let me add, banks and bankers don't learn. We just keep lending. So, right? Remember when we had the speed bumps or anybody could get a loan with 2 to 3% down on the house and, oh, we'll never do that again. We're doing that again. So I'm here to say bankers just don't learn.
Talk to us a little bit about banks and borrowing base and what's that mean for businesses. You're seeing obviously CD rates are coming up. The banks are trying to get deposits. Talk a little bit about that and how that impact has on the local businesses.
I think borrowing bases are here to stay. When the examiners not familiar with the borrowing base, you have a line of credit. The bank wants to make sure that your soft assets don't want to see. They'll measure that against your line of credit. Your bank. So if it's not on a borrowing base, it's something the examiners want to see. We used to see it just occasionally, but now we see it consistently up dollars a month. Examiners, when they walk in, they so if it happened to be with a bank that hasn't adopted it, just around the corner. So borrowing base is here to stay. Make sure you snuggle up your account and you get. Once you learn how to complete them, it's actually a good tool because you'll be able to look at where you're at. Cash flow, get your cash flow. I don't know if we're going to dive into it, but accounts receivable is a big. Someone else is using your money, costing you money. Money's expensive today. So my advice, grab anything I say today, is watch your account. People love to use other money. They may see a lot of smiles. Everyone's like, yeah, give me my money. Question, but it's complex.
It is.
They're not going away.
As CPAs, working with clients, we try to, when we're entering into agreements with banks, we try not to have personal guarantees and we try not to have loan covenants and some of the things we see. Is that a day of the past?
No. Well, here's the thing. I think most banks would tell you, if you don't want to personally guarantee your company, you may say, well, gee, I'm strong enough, I don't have to. Well, from a banker's point of view, if you don't have the confidence to guarantee, how do we have the confidence to give you the money? And I'm an old time banker. As you can see, I got a lot of highlights here. I like to shake the owner's hand. And if he's confident in his business, I want to be too. And that's where we're at from personal guarantees. I think most of our community banks would do the same thing. So I don't see those going away. What was the other part? I know you said
Covenants.
Covenants.
Covenants getting tightened up, more covenants, seeing
Well,
more covenants.
Here's the thing. I don't know how many people in this room do or don't have covenants. Back in the day when I worked for Wayne County National Bank, if you can remember that one, we really didn't have covenants. They weren't really something that you put into loans. Today, they're common. And you need to look at your covenants as a way to protect you and your company. If you don't have covenants, personally, I think that's the worst thing. It's a big mistake. Because if you read the fine print on the back of your note, the banks can call your notes for any financial change. Actually, don't read that because you won't sleep tonight. But what I would say is put a covenant in. If you put a covenant in to meet cash flow at 120, 120 is not excessive and most banks are there. Remember what you got to pay in tax. Let's say it's 30%. So 120 covenant is not bad at all. So I would say look at covenants and want covenants to protect yourself. Now, your bank is your friend and they don't want to leave your side, but banking changes, examiners come in, they can be harsh. If you hit your covenant, you're good. You did your testing for the year and you're done. Then if you don't have a covenant, they can really get into a fine tooth comb. You're looking at the balance sheet. You're looking at how often your inventory is turning, how often you're collecting your receivables. There's a lot of things that can go. So personally, inform my customers, When I put covenants in, I sit down with my customer and say, hey, I want you to understand this, but it's to protect you as well as me.
Yeah, and just a couple things to add on covenants. I mean, I represent a lot of local banks and I've not seen that used as a tool as an excuse to call your loan. I mean, to your point, it benefits the customer. You know, you go back to the KPIs, gives you something to look at, to monitor. And if you trip one of those once, bank's not likely to, call your loan, but you trip it a couple times, they're going to get you in a workout. They're going to kind of work with you together to figure out how to get better. So I'm with Rob that I think they're generally favorable.
Great input, guys. Thanks. I'm gonna give you a little break, Rob. All right, Tony.
Yeah.
Your turn. All right. Have there been any possible opportunities in the markets that have been created during this post-pandemic economy that we're working through? What do you see?
Yeah, so going back to last year, obviously, as inflation has spiked, one of the toughest conversations that we had with most of our personal clients is just that even it didn't matter if you were a hyper aggressive investor or if you were the most conservative, you were taking on water either way, essentially, because as those interest rate hikes were going so rapidly, that obviously is going to deteriorate the value of current bond holdings. So everybody was taking on losses. Now, what's happened is we're kind of in a situation where, yeah, the S&P 500 has run up, pretty substantially this year, but it's not exactly an equal weighted run up. Largely, those that are familiar with, the big tech companies, AI investing companies, things like that, are really responsible for the lion's share of that return in the S&P 500 index. So there are some mixed bag results in equities, but the biggest opportunities that we've been seeing recently is not only is cash, any cash or interest bearing securities worth a little bit more time now that you can get, 5+% yield on, a short term US Treasury, a CD, even money markets, things like that. But you're now in a position to reap a benefit of if and when the Federal Reserve decides they're going to cut interest rates, you'll see that bounce back in bond prices. So you'll see a one-time opportunity where that interest rate gets cut, that will leverage and force up those price of bonds. Now that everybody knows, okay, we're at peak bond yields, they're only going to come down from here. So future bonds, are going to be worth a little less, making yours worth more. So you'll see a jump in those prices as people kind of rush back into the bond market. So I think in the near term, cash securities, interest paying securities, and bonds are looking really attractive. And then as far as equities, you're always going to see outperformance of cash with equities, but it's a little bit more of a mixed bag.
So I must stay with you for a second, Tony. We all probably know an investor that, sees the market go down a little bit and they freak out and they call you, they think world's coming to an end. What do you say?
Yeah, so if I can go back to March of 2020, for those that want to have nightmares, the market, if you remember, tanked about 35% in a matter of weeks. Okay. Now, that was maybe one of the most stressful times in my career because you have a whole range of clients, whether they're current retirees, recent retirees, or approaching it, right? The worst thing that they can picture is, okay, I'm going to retire. And in the first 6 months of retirement, their account gets cut by, 40%, whatever. Well, everybody was living that reality and you'd have very difficult conversations. And like Kyle said, your initial reaction is, this is not fun. I need to do something to remedy this situation. And largely the best response is, unfortunately, in my case, people don't want to hear it, but do nothing a lot of times. You can make adjustments, but at the same time, you have to be able to stay in that game because, I like to use the analogy of a home, right? If you go and buy a house for $100,000, and a month later, somebody comes and knocks on your door and says, I will give you $80,000 for this house. Your house isn't worth $80,000, right? Somebody's just willing to pay you that for it. And your investments are largely the same. Just because, yeah, we lost 35%, but we still know that, patience is going to pay off over time and help us through that. So a lot of times what I do for current clients that are retired or recently retired at that point in time was, okay, John's got his retirement accounts. We're sending him $1,000 a month in income from his accounts that he's living off of. Well, what's the best way that we can help him sleep at night, but at the same time, stay in the game, allow us to work through this, make our adjustments and have patience through all of this. And so what largely I do is I'll say, okay, look, we know we're sending you $1,000 a month. What if we generate enough cash for 12 months worth of income, 2 years worth of income? And we're going to hold that in some place secure, a money market, ladder CDs, any type of interest paying securities. We'll live off of that cash portion, but we're going to leave the rest go. And we did that for I don't know how many clients. And by doing that, it saved our clients a lot of money by not just yanking all that money out at the worst possible time, shooting yourself in the foot and giving up all that growth that we experienced in 21, 22, well, not 22, but the rest of 2020 and 21 and in the future. So it's a long-winded answer, but that's really the conversation that we have fairly consistently in the dark, tough times.
Thanks, Tony. You guys want to weigh in on market at all?
I mean, I'll weigh in on some of the opportunities, not necessarily market related, but coming out of COVID and whatever this period we're in now, you want to call it recession, pre-recession, I don't know what you want to call it, but I've seen a lot of companies like yours looking to do some add-on acquisitions. Okay, there's a lot of smaller companies out there that are struggling. There's a lot of people that are close to retirement age that didn't have a succession plan, and after COVID, they want to be done. And so I would just encourage all of you to kind of keep your eyes open for that, whether it's for a few pieces of equipment and maybe a customer contract or two, or whether it's a whole, another machine shop or warehouse or whatever. There's a lot of opportunities out there, and I think that you can get some for a pretty good deal.
And I guess just one other thing to add, one common thing that we've been running into more and more recently is, like I mentioned, that we work with a lot of companies. We've had more people approaching us about rainy day cash funds. People like to stock up, some cash balances for future needs, things like that. We've had more and more companies approaching us for help with, all right, I've got this, this pool of cash that we've set aside that has just been kind of accumulating, whatever interest that corporate savings account or whatever type of account it is building. What else can we do with that? And a lot of that's been driven just by interest rates, going up. But that's been something that we've been able to leverage for companies to try and get a little bit more value out of those cash holdings.
Do we have any questions from the audience?
This question is probably for the two of you over on the right side more. With interest rates going up, what is that doing, and what do you see it doing over the next 12 to 18 months on multiples for acquisitions as well as cap rates in commercial real estate? How do you expect that the interest rates flowing through to real life scenarios of trying to acquire assets?
I can talk about multiples. I think it's taken some private equity companies or other potential buyers out of the equation, but there's just a ton of money out there still. I mean, dry powder is what private equity uses as their term. How much money is sitting out there waiting to be deployed? And the numbers are still astronomically high. So I think that, if somebody approaches you and says, well, times are tough and the multiple needs to be a bit lower, I think there's plenty of room to push back on that. I think they're using that as a pretty convenient excuse, but I've seen some companies still get some really nice multiples that match what's been happening over the last 2 or 3 years.
I would agree. We've seen real estate take a hit with interest rates going up. I mean, if it's fully rented and what it's bringing in versus what the payment is and what you can afford to sell it at, it's definitely affected that market. I don't agree with it, but it is where it is. So if you have a cash buyer, it's a little bit different. If you got a buyer that's financing, it certainly affects it without a doubt. Not so much in this market, but in our Columbus market, we're still seeing a lot of construction going on. And we're looking at more deals than we ever have. as far as construction wise and what's going on there. So I think it's slowing down. I think there's obviously more money in if you are building, where the bank said, hey, we wanted you to put 25% in. Now it's 35% on the bigger project. So it's definitely affected, from a point of view of what you got to put in if you got that project going on and you're thinking about it. But I've seen in cash flow businesses, I think the multiples for those are as high as ever. But I do believe the interest rate has affected what some real estate's seeing on their cap rate.
Yeah, I think maybe the other thing on multiples is there's been a lot of activity with private equity and people buying up companies, and it's almost like private equity companies are running out of places to look for companies to buy, and that's what they're supposed to do. And so I've seen that, a deal that might have got a 5 multiple 5 years ago, all of a sudden getting a 12 multiple because they're just the last company available to buy. And so it's a little bit of a supply and demand thing there.
What I would add quickly is there's always opportunity. And then because rates have went up, I think there's opportunity. I think it has hurt some of the smaller companies or projects. So you have to look at it, hey, it's my opportunity to potentially grab that or acquire somebody. Because if they didn't rate shock or they didn't really do their projections and plan for additional rates, hey, let's face it, everybody's paying twice what you paid 2 years ago for your interest. Money's expensive.
I say we're seeing multiples still high, especially on the strategic buy side. Strategic buy side, they're still really high. Still really high. Other questions?
When we consider the influx of cash because of all the COVID programs that have been put in place over the last number of years, recently I was reading an article where they think that the economy will have absorbed all of that by the end of the year. I guess what's your, how does that affect the future with that fully being absorbed now? I heard somebody say there's still money on the side, and I think there is, but kind of feels like it's coming to an end.
Yeah, I would say that I've recently been reading similar things. I mean, consumer savings were at ultra highs because of COVID, COVID money and everything like that. But as obviously inflation has gone up, so have real wages, but maybe not to the same pace. So there has been a lot of cash out there, but because of interest rates going up, obviously, I mean, think of auto prices and loans; those are going up, or had been going up, home prices, all those things. I think one of the biggest factors that people are kind of forgetting about is student loan payments are returning, this month. So there's a lot of things that are pulling cash out of consumer hands. And if there's, obviously consumers are one of the biggest factors in, moving into a recession, but that could be something that would ultimately drive you there, as consumers can no longer afford the finance payments that they have, as well as just overall, expenditures, just due to, the increase in prices and, their savings drying up.
And my opinion, my personal opinion is probably unpopular, but I would love to see some of that stuff dry up, because, I mean, this economy has been very strange with all this extra cash sitting out there. And you talk about history repeating itself and what's going to happen next. We don't know. And so maybe that'll get us back to some sort of normal situation where we can predict and we can plan and that type of thing. So personally, in favor of it.
Other questions? All right, we're going to transition a little bit into the economy. So what challenges what you guys see in the U.S. economy over the next year?
Yeah. So I think obviously, interest rates are going to continue to be an issue for earnings growth, be a headwind for that. The labor force has been extremely resilient. Obviously, like we've talked about, that jobs report coming in ultra hot. One of the things that's made the economy so resilient is just the demographics of it. There's just not as many workers out there. So that could keep, real wage prices higher because of just supply and demand issues. But I think if we're going to, try and walk that tightrope between recession, no recession, soft landing, hard landing, whatever you want to call it, it's, those interest rates and headwinds are going to be an issue, as well as global growth has been kind of a mixed bag. So, that those issues are going to be kind of the big headwinds that I think we'll see here over the next little bit. I think inflation will hopefully continue to tail off, but I think until those interest rates can abate, personal savings rates, that cash we were talking about drying up, I think those all could be possible issues that we see over the next 12, 24 months.
Yeah, and for me, I think the biggest of those is the labor market. I don't think people are on the sidelines waiting for their cash to dry up in their bank account. I think it's a demographics thing. Our country's getting older, people retired early, kids are not working as young. It's just a general shrinkage in the labor market. So sure, most people in this room say if they could hire a few more people, they would love to. Okay, but the people just aren't out there. So whether it's inflation or interest rates, there's some planning you could do with that. But if you can't find the bodies to do the job, that's really affects.
I'd echo the same thing. I just, how many of you can go back to your companies and say, hey, everybody gets a $2 an hour cut? You can't do that. It's not going to happen. So to go back to something that was there a couple of years ago, I just don't see that happening. Yeah, we can get interest rates to back down, but the cost of your product, it's not going to go down. So hopefully you're planning and projecting and producing based on where you're at today. If you're counting on a reprieve, I don't know that I would do that. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think this is the new norm. How do you go back on wages? So we can get into a big discussion about inflation, and this plays into it. Is it inflation, or is it where it's going to be? The gas pump's kind of been there for a while. I don't see oil. I mean, they're going to kind of control oil and gas prices, and everything we do right now is pretty much outside of electric cars is delivered with oil and gas. So I don't see that going down. And I don't see wages going down. So I think we are where we are, and I don't think you should be looking in the rearview mirror. It's my opinion.
I would say there's a reason we're talking about AI and automation later, because we're not going to fix the labor force. You look at all the statistics that are out there, and it's not looking pretty. So, other questions? Come on, somebody's got to have some questions. There we go.
The other, I don't know which end.
I can talk loud enough either way. The other gentleman had asked about, consumer savings being depleted. I'm curious on some of the businesses. What are you guys seeing from depositors, companies that maybe got EIDL money and PPP, those that may have sat on it? Where is that deployment? Is that drying up as well? Do people burn through it to keep the businesses going, or were some able to hold on to that? And we're going to continue to see that be deployed over the next few months, years, whatever.
You said that one. Yeah, go ahead. Banks right now are seeing liquidity issues. It's drying up. I can't tell you where it's going. I don't know if it's going down here to the seat they're investing in. I don't think so. But things, our economy continues to march forward. It's just not going to stop. So there's plenty of projects going on. I don't think can't say, hey, banks are tightening up, but I think banks could get a little more selective in what they do. And the bad thing about it is if liquidity gets tight, then banks could on their own charge a higher margin or a fee or something like that. I don't want to see those as a banker. I like to see high volume. I like to make sure my customers are doing well. So certainly hope we don't go there. PPP put a lot of money in banks. I mean, we've really seen us get really wide with PPP money. I wish we could get a mulligan on that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have done it. We should have, but I wish we had different parameters because some of the businesses were affected way more than other businesses. And at that time, it was a pulse and a pen and fill out the application and you got your PPP money. And that's not how it affected each of you. Each of you were affected differently. Some people prospered from PPP tremendously. They were able to get the money, and then they backed it up with getting the ERTC money. So that money is starting to be used as I think most people are getting the amount of employees you need. It's cost you more as a result, but I don't think we go backwards.
I feel like for my accountants in the room that are cringing back there going, they save that money, they spend it in wages and save some other money. Right, right? They spend it on wages and save some other money for you accountants in the room. Other questions? All right. We talked a little bit, you guys have talked about recession and, I think it's a question, are we in it? Are we not? What's each of your personal opinion? Do you think we are? Are we not? Do you see it getting worse? Is it gonna get better?
I'll take a poke first at it, I guess. I would, in my opinion, based off of numbers, is that I don't feel like we are. I feel like everybody's been busy. Our GDP has been above expectations. But I also recognize that this is such a unique scenario in which ever since COVID, you have a mixed bag of results for a lot of things. So do I think that we're in one? No. Do I think the definition possibly could have changed? Maybe a little bit, just because of how unique of an environment that we're in these days. But if you were to tell me that in, call it 12 to 24 months, that we were in a more traditional definition of a recession, I wouldn't be surprised. I think the longer that we go, I don't know that it's necessarily that we're headed towards one, but the probability of a shock to the system creating an environment like that is probably goes up over time. It's one of those things where the longer you go without one, the more probability you have of getting one. So that's my personal opinion. I don't think we're there yet. Do I think that we probably will be? I would assume so, but the definition of it may definitely have changed just because of how unique of an environment that we're in. It just might not be the same anymore.
Yeah, I'll get on my soapbox a little bit here I don't know whether we're in a recession and I really don't think it matters that much. I think recession is a word that politicians and people on the news like to use. I think it matters what each of us are feeling in our particular business and sector. I mean, I think some people are in recession and some people are not in recession. So that's really it. The more important thing to me is there a big shock to the system that caused the recession? And there's not right now. If inflation's out there, I think the thing that could cause it is if the banks stop lending. I mean, that's what's happened before. And if banks stop lending and money gets tighter, well, then we're probably headed to a recession. But other than that, just keep going about our daily jobs and let's not worry about it.
Stronger on get up in the morning. Are there sectors that you track? Absolutely. Love to call out one now. There's a sector that fight through it. Many businesses think are phones and people on their right? Don't get up every day saying, "Oh, session." Say this is the. I think the people that put technology.
Yeah, and I would say, to add on to that, to what they've added is, I'm speaking from the big picture. I would say that here in our area, this area of Ohio, we're very fortunate to be able to weather those storms, I think, better than most. So I think recession here is definitely a little bit different than those that are, in other areas of the country, just from my experience over time.
Any questions? Anyone? All right, I'm going to go into the final question, guys. You've got a big client you're meeting with next week. and you're going to sit down with them and advise them, what are you going to be telling them to look for over the next year and pay attention to? Rob, I'll let you go first since we made you go last time.
Things will come and go and things will end up. Your company out. Locally, we're not in, I mean, people kind of, well, locally, it's not, it's coming. Two sessions, I've been in banking 30. Banks don't stop. Deal with people. Question is, can you get for it? Not playing something you might back up and check that. I don't think anything. In a 10-year run, I didn't realize, but it was a great. It's not over. You got to find a way to make everybody looking up the, and you kind of find those extra percentage points. Not as easy. Guarantee you next month.
Yeah, and I would say, keep it simple. I mean, the thing we always talk about is get the work in the door, get it done, and get paid for it. I mean, it's as simple as that. So, and tagging along the receivables point, can't help it since I'm the lawyer in the room, but yeah, if you're giving people terms, man, if their business starts going down, they're going to keep dragging you out, and so the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So don't be afraid if you got 30-day terms and they're at day 31. Just call them because somebody else is going to call them on day 45 and day 60. So try to be the first one in the door on that.
And from an investment standpoint, I've been having this conversation with clients as this year, as we close out this year, but just being mindful of, your risk tolerance. One of the things that I run into most frequently in my line of work is, I'll use the old adage, people like to have their cake and eat it too. They like to see when the S&P 500 is up 12% like it was earlier this year, that, hey, I want to be making that kind of money. But at the same time, if the markets aren't going so well, they don't really want to be losing anything either. And that's not doable. So what I'm always trying to prepare people for, especially as we go into an election year, which my phone rings off the hook about at all times of day now at this point of the year, is okay, well, we need to be in a place that's comfortable for us going to achieve our goals, strike that balance, make sure that our, not to glaze your eyes over, beta coefficients and our risk adjusted returns are in the places that they need to be, so that whether things are going well or going bad, we can sustain, that strategy and work through it. So, obviously there's a lot of angst out there about what the future holds. But the best thing that we can do is just be mindful of, okay, what type of investment strategy is going to allow you to achieve your goals, but still put your head on your pillow at night and not have to worry about it. So I think that's the biggest talking point that I have with clients currently.
Any last questions? Going once, twice. All right. Gentlemen, thank you for your openness and candidness, and appreciate your input. And thanks everybody for the questions. And hey, we finished early a little bit, right? All right. So we've
on schedule here, so we'll go ahead and get started again. No, nobody wants to hear about this. Yeah. So, all right. So I think about every speaker so far has joked about people falling asleep, and looking at the topic I'm about to talk about, I think I'm the one most at risk for losing somebody. So it's going to be short, I promise, 15 minutes, and I'll try to do my best to at least keep you guys awake. So for those of you I haven't met, I'm Andrew Geiser. I'm a principal in our Millersburg office. Between working with Ryan's team, directly the manufacturing and distribution vertical, and then directly with manufacturing clients. I spend about 75 to 80% of my time in manufacturing. So, which I obviously love, or I wouldn't be doing it. And so really today, just want to go over what are some of the top strategies that we see and that we employ with our manufacturing clients. We're not going to get into a lot of detail about any of them. It's more about hopefully there's one thing or one or two things that you can take away, maybe ask a question about later on to help drive some tax efficiency from that standpoint. So, and then I do want to talk just a little bit about an outlook from a tax standpoint, what we're seeing and what's coming down the line here in a couple of years. So before I get started, I wanted to share two of my favorite pieces of wisdom as they relate to taxes that I've picked up in my pretty short career. Granted, it's coming from a CPA, so you can take it for what it's worth. But the first one is that when we look at our trial balances and our accounts and expenses, when we look at a profitable and successful manufacturer outside of raw material costs, direct labor costs, tax expense, or if you're a pass-through entity, it doesn't show up on your P&L, is usually one of the biggest eaters of cash or biggest expense line items that we see. And so the point with that is it's gonna be there and it's a big expense. And so it's worth probably paying a little bit of time and attention to. The second one is a story that I heard from a former partner, Mike Taylor. You've probably heard his name quite a bit for those of you who know him. So rumor has it, he was sitting with a client and he was going over their tax bill and they were upset about it. They're like, why am I paying this much tax? And he looked him right in the eye and he said, I don't know why you're upset. I want you paying $1 million in tax. And they looked at him like he was crazy. He said, but if you're paying $1 million in tax, that means you're making $5 million. And so I think the takeaway from that is taxes are there. We have to pay them. We don't like them. Nobody likes them. But at the end of the day, and I've seen this in some of my clients and through stories, sometimes people get so caught up and so much angst around taxes, they struggle to run their business and go make money. So at the end of the day, we're going to have to pay them. So let's go run businesses, make money, and then we'll do everything we can to mitigate and be efficient with them. So just to kind of walk through some of these strategies that we employ, Mark touched on our client opportunity plans that we do internally to Rea. This is a lot of what we're talking about. You know, is this right? Is this a good fit? Does it make sense? Because the reality is there's a lot more that's out there. And the other piece is none of these can be made in a vacuum. None of these decisions. There's a lot that goes into decisions as to whether to pull the trigger on an entity change or whether to pull the trigger on an R&D credit or a cost segregation study. So I'm going to try to move through it pretty quick, give the high level, and then we should be done. So hopefully it's pretty painless. But the first one that we see is the R&D tax credit. Really, this is a tax credit that's available for R&D expenses or qualified research expenditures, affectionately known as QREs. This is a pretty broad base as far as what qualifies. It falls into a 4-part test as up on the screen there. And at the end of the day, it usually comes down to how much expense do you have and what's the credit going to be? What's the cost of the study? What's the cost of having, your own people pull the information? And is it worth it? It's really pretty simple. The key thing about this is it's a tax credit. So it's a dollar for dollar reduction in tax, and it's not a timing difference. It's not a deduction. And so it's real true tax savings. The next one, tax depreciation. Everybody knows what depreciation is. We don't need to go through all that. Basically, just want to touch a little bit on what some of the changes that we're experiencing right now. So we've had the luxury over the past couple of years at pretty much having, what's the best way off equipment through 100% bonus depreciation, as well as potentially other types of assets. That ends this year. So bonus depreciation is now 80%. It'll step down to 60% next year, 40%, and then 20%. And we still have Section 179, which allows us to also write off equipment. However, for those larger manufacturers in the room that expend a lot of capital money every year reinvesting, there's limits to this, not only in the amount you can write off, but how much capital you can actually spend before it phases out. The other piece that kind of gets missed related to depreciation and capital spend that affects taxes is just the whole repairs and maintenance versus capitalization and staying on top of that. And are you capitalizing things that maybe can just be directly expensed from a repair standpoint? So asking those questions, a lot of times repairs versus capitalize is a gray area, whether you're talking tax depreciation or from a more traditional accounting or GAAP standpoint on your books. So really just making sure there's an understanding there. The next one is cost segregation. So what this is basically the acceleration of depreciation on long life assets or basically real estate. So we see this being very prevalent when new facilities are constructed, facilities are bought, expansions on current facilities. Anytime there's significant capital spend in a facility from a real estate standpoint, if you absent anything from this standpoint, usually you have to write off a building over 39 years. And that's not very fun because you're not getting a benefit to 39 years down the road on some of that. So this allows us to do a study, pull some of that depreciation forward. It is a timing difference, but from a net present value cash flow standpoint, is really what the end goal is with this. The nice thing about this is it can be done in years after you put this building in place. And so kind of to further the point of not making decisions in a vacuum, maybe it doesn't make sense to do it in the year that you actually put the building in service. And maybe it makes sense to do it 2 years because you've also put in service millions of dollars of equipment and you don't need the depreciation in the current year. So really just trying to make sure that there's a lot of planning involved, that the deductions can actually be used and their savings can be realized. And those are, I would say, from my standpoint, in my opinion, those are probably the more common ones. Some of these maybe you've heard of, maybe you haven't, maybe you've done them. But really from an accounting method standpoint, there's LIFO, last in, first out. This seemed to be big many years ago, and then it kind of fell out of favor with a lot of people because of the requirements from a management standpoint, how you have to record things from a for book purposes in order to be able to capitalize on this. It came roaring back, with all this inflation that we've seen over the past couple of years. Just something to keep in mind, something to ask the question, hey, is it worth it to get this basically timing deduction in order to save taxes now? Is it worth the cost of what it's going to take to do that? The next two, cash basis accounting and UNICAP or 263A, these are really relevant for your smaller manufacturers. So up until 2018, when we had the Trump tax cuts or the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, if you had over $10 million in revenue, you were considered a large business. You were subjected to these provisions, which were not beneficial from a tax standpoint. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act changed that. It made it 25 million and it indexes for inflation. So really, I think the takeaway is whether it's a cash basis is an accounting method, UNICAP is related to inventory capitalization, labor and overhead for tax purposes. Takeaway is if you're in that range, maybe, there might be an opportunity. If you never did come out of those, might be an opportunity to do it. The next one is affectionately known as WOTC, or the Work Opportunity Tax Credit. This is something that I think we've seen bubble up, a little bit more to the forefront with the issues in the labor force. And as companies have looked to maybe newer labor pools, different types of labor pools to hire from, really, this is a federal tax credit that can be obtained for hiring from eligible groups. So I put some of those groups up on the screen. There are several more that are out there, but I think the common ones that I've heard people talk about is looking at
this pool of cash that we've set aside.
Several clients of the firms that are partnering with organizations to work with ex-felons to employ them and help them out, and then being able to capitalize on something like this. The takeaway from this, I think, is making sure from a hiring standpoint, and I know a lot of HR and payroll systems and providers screen for this, just making sure you're aware of it and the folks that are in charge of it are aware of it, asking the questions and passing along the information. Sales tax exemptions is another big one. There's many of you may know of the Wayfair court case, Supreme Court case several years ago, kind of changed the game from a sales tax standpoint. There's a lot of exemptions out there. Obviously, manufacturing exemption being one that's probably the most prevalent. That's present in many states. Each one's a little bit different. In Ohio, it centers around the manufacturing process. Where does it start and where does it end? And the bad thing about sales tax is it's extremely complex and it's a lot of times it's very gray. And we often joke that as we've gone through sales tax audits, we've had 2 auditors give different opinions on basically the same exact situation. So the bottom question there, I think, is what's really important from your standpoint is, do you know and understand what is taxable and what is not? But I think more importantly is, do your people. Does the person who's cutting your POs, do they know what's taxable? And are they cutting POs correctly? And the people that are processing your invoices, are they doing it correctly? Because sales tax, it may be a minimal amount repeatedly over time, but that can add up and it can be some big dollars from an impact standpoint. International wise, we've seen this become more prevalent in the past, I think, several years, just as, manufacturers and in the area could tend to grow as to what they're doing, who they're shipping to. So there's really 2 big incentives that we see in our manufacturing base. I'm not going to read what they stand for, but it's really the IC disc and the FDII. I think the takeaways from these is, for both of them, shipping to Canada is international. So tends to get lost. I think a lot of people kind of forget that. And the second one is they work a little bit differently. There can be significant benefit for each of them. And so just really asking that question of, if you're profitable and you have international sales and you're focusing on it and you expect it to grow, it might be something to look into. Entity choice. This became very relevant with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the lowering of the C Corp tax rate. And so I'm not going to go through the entity types, but I think from that standpoint, one of the things that I've seen is it's real easy for entity type to be a set it and forget it type of thing. In reality, to change your entity type, not that hard. A lot of times it's filing a form to do it, but there's a ton of planning that needs to go into it. And it needs to align with your business goals and succession planning and a host of other things with it. So the main takeaway is there's going to be potentially more opportunities from an entity planning standpoint, and making sure from a tax efficiency standpoint and what your goals are, that you're in an entity type that makes sense. The last one is entity level tax. And this is this is where it might get a little technical. It's also known as the SALT cap workaround. So for those of you that were used to deducting as much state and local income tax, real estate taxes on your individual tax return as you liked, and then that changed in 2018 and there was the $10,000 limit, this was basically a way to get around it. And states started enacting these programs. It's really only relevant to pass-through entities. So if you're a C Corp, you can fall asleep right now. But at the end of the day, it changes where the tax is paid and where it's able to be deducted, and it's being able to capitalize being able to capitalize and actually deduct it. Ohio's program is very, very new. And so we haven't seen a lot of widespread adoption on it, just because there's been a lot of lack of guidance, lack of infrastructure on the state side to process the forms and actually make it happen. And it's complex, and the future uncertainty, which I think we'll get to right now. So from a future outlook standpoint, right now, there's not a ton of change going on from a tax standpoint. Many of you, if you are you've worked, you do a lot of research, you're probably dealing with the whole capitalization of research expenditures. We're working through that right now. But really, right now, there's not a ton changing. And I think it's fair to say, with the state of our Congress and the gridlock that's going on, there's a good chance not a lot's going to change over the next couple of years, even though it really needs to. So really just wanted to go over something that maybe I'm sure you all forgot. I think we forgot it, or we're just not wanting to confront the facts of when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was passed a couple of years ago. Many of those provisions were temporary. And those are set to expire at the end of 2025. I know it's 2 years away, but judging by how fast the last couple of years have gone, what the pace of change is today, I think it's worth at least taking a look at it. So I'm not going to go through any of the details of what's changing or what's going, what we got up here. But as you read through this, I'm just going to say not many of them are good for you guys. So I still remember going out and talking to people about the changes from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and it was fun because taxes went down. Well, in 2 years, taxes are going up, and it could be significant if nothing changes. And I don't have a whole lot of faith in where we're at right now that significant change will happen. The two that I have highlighted are probably the biggest deal. The qualified business income deduction, which if you're a pass-through entity, meaning S Corp, partnership, single member LLC, you've been taking this for the past couple of years and you've been able to deduct 20% of your profit and not pay tax on it. That goes away. And so if that happens, you could expect your taxes on profit to go up 20% overnight. Not to mention rates are going up, brackets are being shrunk, and all the other good stuff. So that there could have a big impact on choice of entity. The second one is for the business owners in the room, and that the estate and gift tax exemption, lifetime exemption is going to come down. It got bumped up to about 20, 23, 25 million. It gets indexed for inflation every year. And so that got doubled, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It's getting shrunk, cut in half here at the end of 2025. I think the takeaway from this is if nothing changes, attorneys, business valuators, CPAs, and all advisors are going to be really busy 2 years from now trying to help people protect assets from estate tax. And so my advice would be start the conversations early. Hopefully we don't have to pull the trigger on things. Hopefully it gets changed, but put a plan together so that on December 31st, 2025, you can pull the trigger and save yourself significant estate tax down the line. So the last thing here real quick, changes to Ohio commercial activity tax. This is for the small manufacturers in the room. Basically, the exemption for filing and paying tax has been increased to 3 million starting here in 1/1/24 and 6 million in 1/1/25. So what that's going to do is just makes less people subjected to CAT tax. So if you're above those from a revenue standpoint, not really going to change a whole lot. So sorry, Travis, I think I went a little bit over time. Are there any questions right now? If not, I'll be around. There's plenty of CPAs in the room that can answer questions. So hopefully it wasn't too boring. All right, thank you guys.
I'm not one of those CPAs, so please don't ask me any questions on that one. I have 3 hours, Andrew, and then lunch, or Ryan, and then lunch. All right. So let's talk, well, maybe first of all, I didn't know this was my first slide, but the intro slide here, so you can see it up there. Travis Strong. Speaking of, Smucker people in the room, I've worked with a lot of these guys for 15 plus years in manufacturing. I came from there. Actually started as an accountant. So my degree's in accounting, but now I do a lot with technology and cybersecurity, and now I'm in that space. It's a long story of how I got there, but it makes sense when I explain it, but I won't spend time on that here. So let's talk about AI. Artificial intelligence a little bit. I seriously could probably talk about this for 3 hours, and I'm sure there's a lot of questions on this topic, but I have about 10 minutes. So let's see what we can do here. It's, maybe before I go into the agenda of what I want to talk about. So artificial intelligence is such a blanket, broad term. If you hear it out there, I think many of us probably would agree that that's the case. There's a lot of things that fit under that umbrella of artificial intelligence. And we'll talk about some of those things here in a second. But so what is it? That's what I want to share with you. I know there's folks probably with different backgrounds on the topic. I just want to maybe just spend a minute talking about what is AI. A lot of buzz around it, especially I'm going to talk about ChatGPT at the end of the presentation here, but a lot of buzz around it started about a year ago as OpenAI was pushing out this thing called ChatGPT. So I'll spend a minute or two talking about that. How is it used in manufacturing? Again, It's an umbrella topic, artificial intelligence. So I've got a slide in here that's just, I mean, it'll resonate with you, I think, because a lot of you are probably using some of these things in your own companies. Examples that we're using here at Rea, thought I'd mention some of those, just how we're using AI and Chat GPT on some of what we do here at the firm, the benefits for you, and then just risk and guardrails. It's how do we make sure when we're using these things to keep on the road and not fly off. So that's what I want to talk a little bit about. So a lot of words on this slide, but essentially this is what artificial intelligence is. And I tried to keep it simple for all of us. And if you think and you look at me as the AI expert, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. There's people a lot smart, and this topic, it changes all the time. Like this world is changing all the time. I don't know of anybody that can really keep up with it all, but this is what it is. It's the development of computer systems to perform tasks that typically require us as humans to do, but computers are doing it. And code and technology is all behind this stuff. But the beauty of it is what it's supposed to help you out with is all the algorithms and statistic modeling to just look at just a vast amount of data. How many of you have a lot of data in your companies? I mean, I'm sure you do, right? How do we use that data to Andrew James was up here earlier talking about analytics and stuff like that. A lot of that and a lot of that space is using artificial intelligence. It's how do we use computer systems to analyze this vast amount of data that we have to make better informed decisions. Speaking of AI in the news, this is pretty much all about Chat GPT, but it's just one example of artificial intelligence. But when you read a lot of this stuff, it kind of makes us scratch our head and worry to some extent, but it's also a little bit exciting too because of just what this technology has to offer. You don't need to read everything on here. It's just, I mean, I get a lot of news alerts throughout the day, and pretty much I mean, probably 90% of those news alerts are something about artificial intelligence or Chat GPT. So a lot of people are using it for good. But the bottom headline there is there's a lot of people that are actually using a tool like Chat GPT for bad. So from a cybersecurity standpoint, the last topic on the agenda today is about cybersecurity. But Chat GPT is actually a game changer for the bad guys as well, the nefarious people out there that are trying to come after our companies and whatever. So this is the slide I mentioned earlier about how is AI used today, and this is really specifically kind of in the manufacturing space. Some of these, some of the bullet points on this slide, many businesses are using one or more of these in their many industries are using one or more of these in what they do. But you can kind of see, like, I mean, think about your own technology and what you're using to run your business today, right? You probably have inklings of artificial intelligence that you're already using. And actually, I've done a presentation on this AI topic through a webinar. I don't remember, probably a month or two ago, something like that. And I had this one slide, probably should have put it in here, just of the things today that we use day in and day out that are using AI, whether it's Netflix, Pandora, all of these things how many of you, when you go into Netflix, right, it's got, all right, here's mine. I think my profile, I think my kids put it as dad. Like when you log into Netflix, you can pick your profile. Mine's called dad. I go into Netflix and it says, here's the top picks for dad, right? Based on of what I've already watched and stuff like that. So that's artificial intelligence. It's suggesting content. Netflix has gotten smart about their tool and they said, all right, this is what dad typically watches. I'm going to suggest some other content for him. Pandora, Spotify, Waze app, right? The Waze app, it's got AI built into it. Hey, there's a crash 5 miles ahead. You might want to consider a different route. So all that is artificial intelligence. This stuff here is just some ideas and thought starters of how you might be able to apply this topic in your own business. You see robotic automation on here. I mean, even just predictive maintenance, right? There's a lot of sensors and IoT out there. Again, we'll talk about that a little bit later, Jeff and I, when we're up here. But some of those things, the Internet of Things devices that are sitting out there on our machinery that are watching and doing quality checks and kicking out bad product and whatever, it's all based off of machine learning. It's the machine learning what is good, what is bad, and it's rejecting the bad stuff, making sure the good stuff goes through. So there's just a ton of stuff that you guys are probably already using, but some of these might be thought starters on, you know what, we might want to think about that for our business. Like maybe how does AI help us from a worker safety if you've got a worker safety issue, something like that. How we leverage AI at Rea, definitely not going to go through over the next little bit, but um, we've done a lot with just using it to help us to be more efficient with doing what is it? Is it 1099s or what's the process that is it 1099s? Yeah. So we use some artificial intelligence to help us with our 1099 process. We use it for, I mean, cybersecurity is on here, right? All these cyber tools that we have now are using a ton of artificial intelligence to learn the machine, what's good and bad behavior, and help us to stay out in front of that stuff. Transparently, a lot of the content that you see on my PowerPoint slides, there is a beautiful feature in PowerPoint called Designer. I think it's called Designer tab or something like that. My goodness, it helps you with just making, I don't know. I think my slides are pretty, but I'll let you be the judge of it. Just creative slides, right? It's like, how do we, I don't know, just bring beef up and make our stuff look a little nicer. So I use it for just content creation and helping to do some of that. But some of the other things on here, we are using it. We're actually getting in the process of implementing some solutions as well, just to help us to be more efficient with preparing certain types of documents, or like scanning certain types of documents and converting it into a database or something like that. I think that probably resonates with a lot of folks in the room. You think about like your OCR type solutions and some of that stuff. Trying to think of an example of, I just heard about one that we're doing yesterday, but I'm drawing a blank on what it is. But essentially, I think we get PDF document, which are pretty hard to edit or adjust. I mean, almost impossible, right? But there are tools and artificial intelligence tools out there that'll take that information from that PDF, convert it into a database. That way we can, continue to do the rest of our process more efficiently. So a bunch of things there. Benefits of AI for all of us. Wanted to make sure to put this in front of you, but it's not an exhaustive list, but here are some ways that it can benefit you. That one slide, a couple slides ago, those are some thought starters on how you might be able to take some specific artificial intelligence type items back to your companies. But here's some of the benefits if you actually leverage this capability in your own businesses. Automation and efficiency is obviously a big one. And I think Kyle kind of hit on that when he was up here, right? Just with labor and shortage of labor and that sort of thing. I mean, potentially like, looking at these solutions will help with that, help solve that to some extent. I want to hit on the last item on this slide is that competitive edge. I think it's an area, I really do think that this is an area to stay out in front of and not get too far behind on, especially from an automation standpoint, because that's where that's the competitive nature of business really is to try to beat the other guy. But that's a key point that I wanted to hit on there, is just the competitive edge that artificial intelligence can play a role in what we're doing. A very long and lengthy slide here just around ChatGPT specifically. I've been talking about this one for a while just because it's got its benefits, but it also has its risks. It's got its problems as well. And you can kind of see, read obviously the stuff that's on this slide. But I tell you what, like for that tool specifically, like it even shows you on the front page when you use ChatGPT, like you got to validate the information that's being pumped out of this thing. It is pretty smart. It's pretty helpful, but at the same time, it's not a human. It lacks some of that ethical judgment. It lacks some of that humanness that we all have, right? So it's like you have to consider what's coming out of these tools. I already mentioned, the bad guys are using it for malicious use. I mean, we think about, foreign bad actors and threat actors. It's making their job a lot easier, quite honestly. They're getting pretty slick at what they do with using this tools to send us their nefarious stuff all the time. And quite honestly, it can lead to inaccurate, misleading information. Like if it's reading a bunch of data in a database that's wrong or inaccurate, guess what's coming out of it? Wrong and inaccurate information. Just like any tool that you would implement in your business that's doing the machine learning or whatever. If you're feeding it garbage, you should expect garbage to come out the other end. Andrew, I think Andrew James kind of hit on this when he was talking about data analytics. Is just you have to have good data to start with, right? For analytics to even help your business. It's the same way with this. If you don't have good data in your databases and it's not quality, you don't have your master data right, whatever the case might be, it's going to be that garbage in, garbage out scenario there. 11:31. All right. Any quick questions on that topic? Again, like Andrew said, I'll be around too if you have any thoughts or questions you want to ask me or run by me. If not, I believe we are ready for. Hold on.
My name is Doug Wenninger. I'm the founder and CEO of Alliance Automation out of Van Wert, Ohio. Ryan asked me if I would come and present today. The fact that you are all in manufacturing, you all probably have various problems you're trying to solve. Among those probably is labor. It's one of the biggest things that we are trying to solve for our customers today. So I'm here to present how we can help you with technology. Having said that, I couldn't figure out the technology to actually send Ryan the right PowerPoint, but I think we got that resolved. So I'll dive in, and basically what I want to do is start with just a little bit about who we are and what we do. Earlier in the day, Mark was the first speaker and he talked about sharing their strategic plan, kind of the vision of Rea and Associates. And he said, I'm not doing this to brag. I'm going to say that same thing. I'm here to help you. That's why I'm here. If there's a way we can help you, we'd like to talk. It's not self-promotional. I'm just talking to you about automation, the possibilities, what you can be looking at. So to start with, just an introduction to our company. We were founded in 2008. Earlier in that same address, he talked about the recession of 2007, 2008, and 2009. Seems like a terrible time to start a business. Well, I was in sales for another automation company, and I just saw a lot of opportunity. And I had always had kind of an entrepreneurial mind and wanted to start my own company, and I saw an opportunity to do so. We started in August of 2008, and by the end of the year, by the end of December, we had 30 employees. It ramped up very rapidly. I'm not going to go through our entire history, but that's where we were. That's where we got our beginning. Today, we just moved into, about a year ago, moved into a new 140,000 square foot facility. We're based in Van Wert, Ohio, and we have approximately 200 employees on staff. Just for a sense of size and scope and the type of projects we can handle, this year we'll do 60 to 62, maybe 63 million in revenue. Our geographic market is all of North America. We have equipment in 42 states, Canada, and Mexico, and we're just starting to sell to various companies in Europe. So we can go anywhere on the continent. Most of you, I believe, are in this general area of Ohio, which is wonderful for me if we could do business with you because you're right in our backyard. It took me 2.5 hours to get here this morning. So everywhere you see a red dot on the screen, we have installed equipment. Obviously, there's a heavy concentration close to home, but we go coast to coast and everywhere in between. Our customer base. This isn't all of them, but it's some of them. It's just a sampling. And the reason I put this up here, I'm sure you've heard of some of these companies. At the top of the screen, you see D-Max. Does anybody know what D-Max is? Or who they are? Do any of you drive a truck with a Duramax diesel engine? Doesn't look like it. They manufacture the Duramax diesel engine. It's a joint venture between General Motors and Isuzu. In Dayton, Ohio, that's one of our customers. Berry. Who has heard of Berry? Berry Plastics. They're the largest privately held injection molding company, I think in the world, but for sure in the US. So we go from diesel engines to plastic shrink wrap and bottles and various other plastic items. Who's heard of Whirlpool? Probably most of us have something in our homes made by Whirlpool. Whirlpool has 6 manufacturing plants in the state of Ohio. They're no longer our largest customer, but for a while they were. We've sold millions of dollars worth of robotic equipment into Whirlpool. Avery Dennison. Who knows who Avery Dennison is? I see some heads nodding. Most people don't know it, but every time you print a label on your computer, you're probably printing an Avery label. They're a paper company based out of Cleveland. We've done a lot of work for them. Therma-Tru doors. Many of your homes probably have a front door made by Therma-Tru. If you have a front door made by Therma-Tru, it passed through our equipment, doing various activities. Cooper Farms and Lakeview Farms are both Ohio-based food manufacturing companies. We've got multiple robotic installations in both of those companies. The only reason I'm sharing this with you is to show the diversity and the wide breadth of the type of markets that we cover. So what do we do? I just told you a little bit about who we are, but what do we do? Simply put, we build the machines that allow you to build your products. We design and build custom automation equipment to help our customers with what? Give me some ideas. What problems do you have that you're trying to solve? Who's volunteering? Stack little pieces of wood, material handling. That's one thing we do.
Heads of cabbage very fast.
We've never done that, but it could be done. There are machines that do that. I'm speaking more generally. We do projects to help improve quality. I'll give an example. In 2010, General Motors' #1 warranty claim was on the GM pickup trucks, both GMC and Chevrolet. The oil seal between the drive shaft and the transmission leaked. 7% of the trucks produced leaked. Now, what's the economic impact of 7% of trucks having an oil seal that leaks? Well, if they produce 450,000 trucks a year at 7%, that's roughly 31,000 trucks at an average repair cost of $800. Do the math. It cost them $25 million in warranty claims that year. That was their largest warranty claim for that particular year. So they went to the oil seal manufacturer, which happened to be Federal Mogul in Van Wert, Ohio, 2 minutes from our door. And we completely redesigned the way that system was manufactured. And we went from a 7% failure rate to a 0.02% failure rate. So improving quality is one example. To promote a safe work environment, there are a lot of safety projects that we're doing right now. There are environments that human beings weren't designed to work in. So making the workplace safer. Another thing is to increase productivity. I've noticed there are several food manufacturing companies in here. If you run bottling lines, you have people that can fill bottles at 200 pieces a minute. Of course you don't. When you're first starting and you're doing it in your kitchen, you can do that as a human being. As you speed up, you need machines. To reduce costs. We all want to reduce cost. As I've been listening today, I'm here to be a presenter, but we also manufacture things. Every topic has been relevant for me. And as inflation has hit, We've had to raise our prices. Our wages have gone up a lot, a lot. So we're all interested in reducing cost. Add to the bottom line, we all want to be more profitable, right? I want to be, and I want to help you become more profitable. And the number one reason companies want to automate is what?
Because it's cool.
I do think it's cool. I agree. Somebody said labor. Can't find enough people. Everywhere we go, it doesn't matter what area of the country. In some places it's worse. Somebody mentioned, I forget his name, the banker that was up here. I think he mentioned the labor pool in this area is pretty good. There are small pockets of the country where that's the case. Most places it isn't. One of the leading questions our sales team asks new potential customers is, how many workers are you short today? And the answer averages somewhere between 20 and 30% of their workforce. They're just missing. They can't fill those spots. Recently had a meeting at Honda. Honda has a very large presence in the state of Ohio. And one of their manufacturing plants said in the month of August, just this past August, they were short 140 people. To fill those jobs, Troy, do you remember how many applicants he said he had? There was a lot of applicants, 700 and some applicants to fill 140 spots. Well, to fill those spots, they have to pass a drug test. Out of 700 and some applicants, this is going to blow your mind. 28 people passed the drug test. And we're all laughing. I laughed at it too, because it's unbelievable. But it's really not funny. It's not funny at all. That's all kinds of lives that are messed up and hurting, which leads to problems for all of us, let alone those people. So to dive in a little deeper into what we do, we build complete turnkey automation solutions. At our facility in Van Wert, it starts with design, mechanical, electrical, controls engineering. We do fabrication, we do machining, robotic programming, material handling systems, everything that we need to take the idea to solve your problem and turn it into reality. And I will not read all of those bullet points there. I guess the laser doesn't show up on the screen very well. But there's two main areas that we focus on, and it's really assembly systems, test systems, and material handling. Somebody mentioned stacking pieces of wood on a pallet. We'd love to look at that project. Again, I won't read all of those. You can look at those bullet points. If it's up there, we've done it. Probably multiple times in multiple industries. On the engineering side, we have about 60, give or take a few, roughly 60 engineers on staff. Approximately split 50-50 between mechanical and electrical. Pretty much any type of PLC that's on a piece of equipment, we can program it, have done it. Virtually any type of robotic application, we have done it. The only thing with robotics that we consistently do not do is welding. We've done it, we don't want to. Because there are a myriad of companies out there that is their widget. That's their specialty, and they've got it dialed in. I don't want to race to the bottom. I want to be a value add supplier to our customers. Today, when you're starting in business, many of you probably understand this, but early days for us, we were kind of all things for everybody. We had a marketing video at one point that we put out and we said, yes, we can. Now, what was the question? Well, that's a hard way to make a living. So just as, Rea and Associates said they tried to, dial into what was their niche. And he talked about getting rid of all of the, the 1040 tax returns and the individuals. We've had to do that too. But we're still very diverse in what we do. But we've landed on really three main business units where we focus. The first one is palletizing and logistics. When I say palletizing and logistics, think distribution centers. All of the conveyors that run through a distribution center, moving product from one area of the plant to another, stacking it on pallets, destacking it from pallets, mixed SKU depalletizing, mixed SKU palletizing. We can help with all of that. The second area is very generic. We just say engineered systems. It's custom automation. It's something that you can't go and buy off the shelf somewhere, but you're trying to solve a problem. We'll help you figure that out. Some examples of engineered systems is automotive applications. This machine here, where it says automotive, is that produced if you look at a Tesla vehicle, I believe every model of Tesla vehicle has it. On the front quarter panel, right behind the front wheels, is a little triangular shaped light, and it has a camera. So you can see behind you as traffic is coming up beside you, and that's how they use it. It's very important for their autopilot. It has to see what's coming. So that machine assembled that light and camera assembly one every 7 seconds. And that assembly, we build a right-hand line and a left-hand line. That light goes on every Tesla vehicle. That's one example. The machine where it says manufacturing, o.T. Corporation. Who can tell me what o.T. Corporation is? Plumbing stuff. Thank you. Most people don't get it, but you probably all have PVC glue or primer sitting somewhere in your house. If you're like me, you have 6 cans of it and they're all dried up. And you go buy a new one every time you have a project. So o.T. builds all sorts of plumbing supplies. That was an assembly machine we made for o.T. And the biggest market we serve is pallets and wood and lumber. And people say, how did you get into the pallet industry? It was by accident. We started in business, and our first purchase order was from a company called CHEP. Who's heard of CHEP? The blue pallet people. They're our largest customer. I was 29 years old, and the engineer that gave us the order was 29 years old, and we've grown up together in the business. And it started, we built a control panel, and we delivered it to the plant, and he said, can you wire it in? Yeah, we can do that. Can you program it? Yeah, we can do that. And then that turned into, can you supply the conveyors behind it? Yeah, we can do that. And since then, from 2008 to present day, every new thing that CHEP has come up with for their manufacturing process has been designed by us. And at this point, their goal is to have what they call a touchless plant by the end of 2025. I actually see it being a possibility. If you had asked me 5 years ago, I'd have said not a chance. But you've heard a lot today about advances in manufacturing, AI, vision. I'll talk a little bit more about that. It's possible. We've successfully managed to automate almost every process in pallet manufacturing. I'll play a video just showing some highlights. The Tesla lamp assembly line that I told you about, that's this, and it's obviously got some lag. That's an automotive assembly project. Robotic pallet dismantling for the pallet recycling industry. Automotive headliners, those robots are dispensing glue on a headliner. Again, more pallet stuff. This is the machine for o.T. Corporation that I previously mentioned. Lakeview Farms, Honda of America, tire and wheel assembly, Therma-Tru doors. Automotive glass, that's the rear windshield for a Jeep Wrangler. I don't remember at all what that one is. Robotic screw driving. That's a machine that we call the urban sawmill for the lumber industry. More automotive glass. That is a cab mount for a Ford F-150, more pallet stuff. glue dispensing, more automotive lighting production. That line is producing the bed lamps in a Ford F-150. Custom machining. The project for Owens Corning. That's assembling a clutch that goes in a Ford Mustang. This is for Whirlpool, parts of a KitchenAid mixer. An electric motor that goes in a blender. Another Whirlpool part. Food manufacturing palletizing. That's who we are. That's what we do. Now, from an automation company's perspective, I want to share some thoughts that I think would be good for all of you to think about as you plan for automation. And I want to make a distinction. There's a difference between buying a machine and automating something. And I'll give you an example. I don't know if anybody in here does any type of machining, but you buy a CNC machine. That's buying a machine. Robotically loading and unloading that machine is automation. We're looking for those projects that you can't go buy off the shelf somewhere. Now, I think there's some pallet manufacturers in here, we would have off the shelf stuff, maybe for you guys, depending on the type of market you're in. But when you think about planning for automation, what are some things you need to think about from a machine builder's perspective? And we have a different perspective than probably most of you do. Some of you have probably done a lot of this and maybe you have it dialed in. But if you're small and you're just thinking about this, thinking about starting your journey to automation, these are good things to think about. And when we talk about starting the journey for automation, for years, the first time I walked into that CHEP pallet plant, I was dumbfounded. I had come from a background of selling to the automotive industry. And I walked into a pallet plant and saw people everywhere using sawzalls and crowbars to tear pallets apart and nailing on boards with nail guns all by hand. And I said, why aren't you using robotics? And the engineer laughed at me. He said, you can't use a robot in a pallet plant. I said, yes, you can. Well, that became an ongoing argument for about 6 years. It was in 2014, we installed the first robot in the CHEP pallet plant. And today they have hundreds in hundreds of locations. It can be done. It just takes a plan. You have to plan your way there. How did they get to where they can envision a touchless plant in 2 years? Stepping stones, just one piece at a time. So I want to talk to you about how you can plan for these types of projects. Where do you start? Visualize what success is. Every good idea starts with a vision. You have to be able to picture it. If you don't know where you're going, you can't get there. There's a verse in Proverbs that says, without a vision, the people perish. You can't be successful if you can't envision where you're going. I'm going to back up to that for a second. Companies come out and they have a vision statement. A lot of times it's 1 or 2 sentences. I kind of laugh at that. It's important. We all have to have a vision for our company. But there's so much more that goes into living a vision than just a statement that you put on a brochure or a website. It's who are we going to be as people? What do we want to do as a company? What markets will we serve? There's so much more that goes into building that vision. You've heard a lot of the components of good vision building today already. I took a lot of notes for my own benefit. The rest of what I'm talking about is as you visualize success, when you picture what you want, these are the steps that help you get there. What is driving the project? What's the problem? If you didn't have a problem you were trying to solve, you wouldn't be trying to automate it. If everything was working perfectly, you don't need anything else. So what's driving the project? What is the problem you're solving? And then the second question is, what do you gain? If you look at things like ROI, measuring your ROI on investing in capital equipment, what are the benefits that you achieve? There's obvious ones, labor savings, maybe higher production. There's things that people naturally gravitate to. But are you looking at all of your soft costs? I just talked to a guy in the pallet industry. He has, the last year, he's had over 600% turnover. I asked him, what is your cost of training? And his answer was, I don't even want to know. I said, yes, you do want to know. You have to know. It's astronomically high. And if you're not calculating that into your ROI, you're leaving money on the table. What will you gain? Take those pieces of information, define the project. Definition is critical. Define exactly what it is that you want. What's the end goal and how are you going to get there? And just as important as it is to define what you want, define what can go wrong. More on that in a minute. We talked about this briefly already, but what's the justification? What is your budget? What's it going to cost? What's your ROI? I want to talk a little bit about ROI. Return on investment. I run into this all the time with capital equipment buyers. When they talk ROI, they think in terms of time. They want a 2-year ROI. They want a 3-year ROI. If I go back 10 years in the automotive industry, if they didn't get an 18-month ROI, they weren't buying it. Well, that's stretched to 2 years. Now they're talking 3 years. In some industries, people are talking as much as 5 to 7 years. Why? Because they can't find people. So they've had to stretch those time frames. But the point I want to make on ROI, how many of you have a 401k or an IRA or a Roth IRA, some form of securities investment? Raise your hand. Probably nearly everybody in the room. When you look at money that you invest in the stock market, are you measuring how quickly can I get my money back? Or are you measuring what's the return that I get on an annual basis? Do you think the same way when it comes to capital investing in your business? Most people don't. What is your internal rate of return on your investment? Large manufacturers, a lot of times will use IRR to help justify capital spending, but especially smaller manufacturers, no offense, I don't mean, I mean this to help. I'll say, have you looked at an IRR? What's that? They don't know. We want to help you figure that out. We've built calculators and spreadsheets to help manufacturers figure these things out. Talk to everybody. Interview all of your stakeholders that play a part in that project. Who is that? It's your company owners. Who's investing in this? They're a major stakeholder. It's your machine operators out on the floor. They're a major stakeholder. It's your quality control people. It's your safety people. It could be your truck drivers. There's all kinds of people that are impacted by adopting automation. Who is everybody that is a potential stakeholder, and let them weigh in on the project. A lot of times the best ideas come from the guy that has been out on the floor doing it for years. Many times they have better ideas than our engineers ever will. Select your team. As you're planning, of all those stakeholders, who are the most important? Who will have the biggest impact in you being successful in achieving step number one, what you visualized? Form a team. Let everybody participate. Let everybody help plan. Let everybody give ideas. Many times this is lost, or it's never even started. You've got a guy that's got an idea and he wants to go and he runs into it. And that's a bad formula. It just is. Get buy-in. Assign a project manager. Somebody said this earlier, talking about different projects within a company. Assign an owner. Who's in charge? Who's the one point of contact that any of those team members can go to? Write a scope. This is different than me saying define the project on bullet point number 3. A scope is much more detailed than just project definition. What do you want internally your people to do? Who are the stakeholders? Who are the assignments? Who holds the assignments? What's your timeline? And then for the supplier that you choose, hopefully it's us, but whoever it is, what do you need them to do? Are you clearly communicating to them what it takes for you to be successful for your capital spend? Many times we'll have people call us and say, we want to put a robot in here doing this. Okay, why? Well, can't find people. Okay, what all do you need it to do? I don't know. What do you think it can do? Think through it, and we'll help you with that. Or companies like us can help you with that. You've had the idea, you've thought about it, you've put detail to it, you've figured out how you're going to pay for it. What's the cost justification? What's your plan? You assigned a project manager, you wrote a scope. And when you write the scope, never assume. Don't assume. I mentioned this earlier. What are all the potential things that can go wrong? There's a gotcha in every project. Somebody earlier talked about ERP implementation. There's no such thing as one that goes 100% well. If I asked 10 of you, how did your software implementation go? All 10 of you would have some sort of complaint about it. The same is true with automation. Be upfront and honest about it. Acknowledge it. Those things are going to be there. What are they? Select a supplier. That one's easy. Just call me. No, it's not. It's really not that simple. We're not all things to everybody. If you call us to look at a project, we might tell you, you know what, we are not a good fit. If you have a good partner, there are times they will tell you that. And if they're a good partner, then they'll suggest, well, maybe you should talk to company X. That's their thing. Got to be somebody you can trust. Especially in the automotive world, they have turned automation into a commodity. And they go out for 7 bids on every project, and it's a race to the bottom. Whoever's got the lowest price wins, and that's not always the best supplier. The low price is not necessarily your right answer. Look at everything. Who is the right partner? And after they start, monitor the project. Every project that we do, we have a weekly meeting with the customer. If it's in face, that is great. That's preferred. That's not always possible. We're all busy. Well, COVID showed us that you can use Zoom and Teams and things like that very, very effectively. We set up a weekly Teams meeting. It's usually just a short half hour, but we review timelines. We review problems. There's an open issues list. You know the things that you're responsible for. Our guys know the things that they're responsible for. Don't overlook training. This is so important. It's so massively important. We have companies that will spend millions of dollars automating a project with us. And we get to where we're at the tail end and it's on our floor and we're debugging it and we're running it. And we beg them to send your people to our place. The people that have to run this, the people that have to maintenance it, send them to our place so they can see it, they can touch it, they can see the problems that we're working through. We can train them. We don't have the travel budget. Well, you're going to pay for it later with training and maintenance budgets. I guarantee it. Let your people be involved. The other thing with training is so many times we go and install a piece of equipment and well, the maintenance people or if you have internal programmers, they're busy. Nobody has maintenance guys just standing around doing nothing. At least most of the time they're not. Well, who wants to pull them off to go train them on a new piece of equipment? It's like pulling teeth to get manufacturers to give us their people when we're installing equipment that they just spent a very healthy amount of money on. Doesn't make sense to me. Train your people. Let them be involved. Define what a good factory acceptance test is. When it's on our floor, we've built it, you've helped us design it, we've worked through all these issues. Come to our place, let's run this thing off. Let's put it through its paces. What does a good factory acceptance test mean to you? You can have a supplier say all day long that, oh, we ran it through its paces. It's perfect. Well, you don't know if they're having cash flow issues and they just want that thing out the door. I've been there. Trust me. We got to ship as fast as we can. Go to their site and put it through its paces and make the supplier put it through its paces. It will save you money in the long run. So define to your supplier, what is a good factory acceptance test that you're willing to accept? Installation, who's installing the equipment? 99% of the time we install what we build. The machine builders, the programmers, the electricians that built it, that made it work are the ones that follow it and install it. They know it the best. They're the best people to train your people. But occasionally companies have good, solid people on staff. They don't want to pay us to install it. Ask yourself, do we want to install this ourselves? Do we have the right team, or should the supplier do it? Similar to the FAT, an SAT, a site acceptance test. After it's on your floor, what does it take for you to sign off on it and say, yes, this is what I paid for, or this is what I bought? Typically at this point, you haven't paid for all of it. And people like us, we want to get paid. What does it take? What's the sign-off criteria to make you happy? And I can't stress this one enough. Prepare to take ownership. What do I mean by that? I don't mean who holds the title to that piece of capital equipment. Who is owning making it run? Who is owning the maintenance? Who is owning the KPIs and the metrics for you to measure whether or not it's successful? We heard a lot about that today. It was spot on. Own the machine. We have customers that have bought stuff from us. They skip 16. And 6 months in, they're having issues. Well, it's not hitting the production rate you said it would. Well, let's talk about that. We send our people in, our people run it, and they run it at rate, and they're successful. Why aren't their people successful? It's a lack of training and it's a lack of ownership. Almost always, those are the reasons. So a few other things that I want to touch on. There were good, as the previous speakers were up here talking today, I wrote down a few notes. Ryan talked about KPIs. Build a scorecard for each area of your production. Internally at Alliance, we talk about scorecards. What are the metrics that are most important? And this is good to know for your business. Years ago, I was told by someone much smarter than myself with much more gray hair than me. I say that respectfully. He said, if you were stranded, if you went on vacation, you're on a Caribbean island, and a hurricane comes through, and the airport shut down, you can't get home. What are the pieces of information that you need to know so that you can know your business is running successfully back home? Those are the most important KPIs. Put that on a scorecard that you monitor regularly. We look at them every week. Do that for every area of your business, including the automation that you're installing. How are you measuring success? What is the scorecard? And then we talked about AI and machine learning and machine data and I'm gonna go on a bit of a tangent here. Industrial revolutions. Who can tell me what is considered to be the first industrial revolution? Anybody know? Back into the 1700s. I've heard the spinning wheel and I've heard the printing press. Think bigger, more general. Steam power. Using steam power to generate motion. That was the first industrial revolution. Who can tell me the second? Electricity. Using electricity in your business is the second one. How about the third one? Computers, the computerization of manufacturing, information. We're now in the fourth industrial revolution. Who can tell me what that is? Robotics, automation, and I'm going to throw AI into that. It's building on the computerization and the information, the IT world. And it's how are you using data to make decisions in your business? How are you using automation and robotics to further success in your business? A good machine builder, a good automation company in their programming will have systems to collect data. And they'll build an API into their program that lets your data people pull that information out. If you're using an ERP or if you're using a database for any type of information storage, if you have IT personnel, if you don't, we do. But you should be able to take information out of that machine and plug it directly into your database, wherever you're using it. Does your automation supplier have that capability built into their PLC programs? If they don't, they need to get up to speed. You should be able to measure every parameter of that production piece of equipment that you determine is important. Easy ones are, what's the cycle time? What's the cycle rate? That's an easy one. What else is there? I can't speak intelligently about it unless we're talking about a specific project, and I don't want to go there. This is just to spur your thinking. I believe his name was Andrew, talked about the cycle of change, and you get into the despair area. Many manufacturers are in despair over labor problems. And they've been resistant to change, but they've realized they have to. So the next area I want to talk about is how companies like us can help you. This is what we call our proven process. And we call it proven because it's worked with hundreds of manufacturers on thousands of projects. I believe that in a 30-minute meeting, and honestly, it probably only takes about 10 minutes. Just a simple discussion. I want to hear about you. I want you to hear about me, whatever questions you have, and talk about us. Is there a way we can work together? Is there something that you need help with that I can help you with? Simple 30-minute meeting. If the answer is yes, we go to the next issue or go to the next phase of identifying what it is that we can solve together, how it is that we can work together. We want to visit you on site, talk about discovery of your issues. Everybody has issues. It's not about the people, it's about the issue. Technology education. We want to learn about what it is that you're doing. And we want to educate you on what it is that we can do to potentially help. We'll help you talk through the justification. I mentioned earlier, ROI and IRR. We've built pretty healthy, very robust calculators to help manufacturers. capturing your hard costs, your soft costs. What is your return going to be? If we identify a specific problem that we think we can help with, we discuss for the solution. What's the process we're solving? We take it back, put a team of engineers in a conference room around a table with a big whiteboard. There's whiteboards all over our building. And we go through markers like they're water, just concepting. What's the idea? Find the correct concept, give it to our applications team who really, it's a fancy name for estimating and quoting. They quote it. What's the factory layout? What's the machine design? If you accept that, we go to solve. We design it. We build it. We install it. We train your people, and then service after the sale, long-term support. Every piece of equipment in every industry at some point will have downtime or will break. Your automation supplier or your machine supplier, what type of service capabilities do they have? It's a very important question for you to ask yourself. Questions? I could talk for a long time, but I want this to be relevant to you. I would like to hear what's on your minds, whatever questions you may have. If I can't answer them, I'll find the people that can. Yeah.
I was curious, and you kind of alluded to this a little bit, but I was curious in terms of how do you encourage organizations to work with labor force on projects that they will perceive will be eliminating their livelihood, and how do you handle the communication and people skills around that perception of threat?
Very good question. So I've had companies, it's very common for us to, Troy works on my team, my director of business development, has our logo on his shirt. Very common. Self-promotion, right? I've had companies tell us you have to put a name tag over the logo, cover it up. They don't want their people seeing that they're automating because they think they might lose their job. I don't believe that. I won't get political, but when Barack Obama was first running for president back in 2007 or whenever that was, he said in one of the presidential debates that automation is taking away jobs. It's part of the problem with the economy. I disagree 1000%. I know that for the accountants in the room, I know that's impossible, but I disagree. Automation is saving jobs in America. It's saving manufacturing. It's not stealing jobs. Go back to what I said earlier. The number one problem that manufacturers have is they can't find people. On average, they're between 20 and 30% of their workforce short on any given day. It's not replacing labor, it's reallocating labor. And I think if you're open with your people about that, be very open. Bring them into the discussions early. Back to when I said interview all the stakeholders. Your production workers are part of the stakeholders. Tell them what you're thinking. And if you're open and honest and transparent with your people, you'll build trust with them. And I know there's different philosophies about how open to be with employees and what you should share and what you shouldn't. A number of years ago, probably 7 or 8 years ago, we weren't very transparent as a company. And I would get to the end of the year and we'd have a Christmas party, and we kind of went into this pattern of, at the Christmas party, we would hand out bonus checks if there was a bonus to give. And some of you know that's not always the case. And I got sick and tired of people getting to the end of the year and being let down because they didn't get a bonus. And I said, I'm not doing that anymore. We have a monthly company meeting and we show them our financial data. That's the true scorecard for a company's success. Are we, I'm not a nonprofit organization. We are a profit organization. Our true scorecard is what is the bottom line? We share it. We're very open, and it has transformed our company. Everybody takes more ownership. Everybody becomes more committed. And that's a long way around the barn to your question, but just be open. Tell them about the problems that you're trying to solve. Does that answer your question?
Doug, can I add to that real quick?
Yes.
You know, one of the biggest things that we've seen when meeting with customers and they're having issues with staffing. Generally speaking, they are some of the tougher jobs that people really don't want because it's very labor intensive. So as we work with them to provide a solution, then we can actually frame it as, look, we're trying to help reallocate these employees elsewhere, because what happens is employees get allocated to those areas that nobody wants those positions, and it ends up driving them out of their job looking for another company to work for. So as we provide that solution, we're able to frame it to the entire company that we're working with, that we're here to reallocate them to help save their health, if you will, because that's what a lot of it comes down to, is creating a happier workplace, a more conducive environment to having a great culture and people wanting to come to work. So.
The man that I mentioned shared with me, he had 600% or 600% turnover. It was for that reason. It was a terrible job. It was a job that nobody wants to do. And he's looking for an automation solution. So he's not displacing people. He's staying alive. I think I'm about out of time. It's about 1 o'clock. Is there any last minute questions that anybody had?
In here on, I think it's the last topic, isn't it? All right, last topic. The best for last. We didn't say that. Somebody up here in the front said that. You already know me. I was obviously up here earlier, but I'll let Jeff go ahead and introduce himself.
Afternoon, everybody. We'll try not to bore you to sleep here after lunch. Last talk here, but Jeff Rapp, Director of Rea Information Services here at Rea Associates. Our group, just a little background, provides strategic and operational supports, both in the just day-to-day IT segment, but then also strategic cybersecurity and managed cybersecurity services. And today, I think our job is just try and make you guys kind of aware of what's going on from a cybersecurity standpoint within the manufacturing industry, as well as some trends in general in technology within manufacturing as well.
Great. This was something that I added this morning, and I don't know if I ruffled Ryan's feathers on this or not, but yeah, coming from the cyber guy, I'm asking you to scan a QR code. Just trust me here. So I put the URL up there as well if you want to type that out. I have hard copies of what the survey form is. And by the way, this is completely anonymous. So if you can, I'd love for you to go to that site and take 5 minutes or less to complete that survey. Anybody want a hard copy of it? You'll see, if you want, just raise your hand. I can hand out hard copies here. Yeah, whoever needs one. If you're not comfortable with the QR code, you can't trust the IT and cyber guy here, whatever the case might be.
Don't have time.
Don't have time. Something you can take home with you too. Who else needs one? Anybody else? There's extras here if anybody wants to take one with you. Sure. Get a policy. Yeah. I recognize we're the last people on the agenda, so I thought maybe something interactive might be good. And you can see anonymity up here. I'm not seeing any names or companies or anything like that. However, at the bottom, you can't put your email in for a Microsoft to send you your responses, but I don't see that. Be a couple more minutes here. We got 3 responses. Yeah, they are.
Number 8. More awareness work because if you answer
See,
yes to the upper part.
this is like a cyber insurance questionnaire, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, this is what this is. There's so much gray area that I don't know how to answer this. That's why I put a maybe in there. And if there's typos, that's all on me. Caught any of those? All right, maybe wrap it up 1 or 2 more minutes and then we'll move on. All right, I think 20-ish response is about good, but so this was basically a little bit of a mini risk assessment for yourself, right? I mean, it's kind of thinking about your own environment, what you think about that environment, and that's really what my objective was. But collectively, we've got about looks like 23 responses. Just running down through the list here, so it looks like most people do know that there's sensitive data that you have at your fingertips that you don't want, somebody outside or potentially even inside to have access to. Do we have a comprehensive inventory of our assets? That's a tough one, but it looks like the majority have good asset inventory, and the results are updating. Do we know who has access to our critical systems and data? And do we have strong access controls in place? Majority said yes. Do we have security policies and procedures in place, and are they regularly reviewed and updated? That one's interesting, right? So just around setting kind of guidelines for your employees and your users and what they can and can't do. It looks like we've got some work to do in that area just overall. Have we conducted a risk assessment lately, or a penetration test lately to identify vulnerabilities in our system? So that's interesting, right? So most people actually aren't doing that today, so they may not know what risks are in the organization. Our employees trained, there's a balance there, about 50-50, right? Half say they do train their employees on cybersecurity practices. About half say they don't, or they don't know, or maybe. Incident response plan. Majority say we do not have one. Third-party partners, look at the results for that one. They're all over the place, right? Kind of scratches your head a little bit. Do we know who our third parties are? First of all, do we know their security practices, how they're doing things? Interesting just how we have a good balance of results there. How often do you perform audits and compliance checks to ensure that you're meeting just your standards, right? You can see the results. Most people said yes, but a good majority said no, or I don't know. Do you back up your data? So this was like, a 2-parter here. Most of these are 2-parters or 3-parters. Do we back up our data, and do you periodically restore and test that to make sure that it's readily available? So most people are pretty confident in that area. That's actually a good result to see there. Would you agree, Jeff?
Yeah.
And then do you have cyber insurance? Most people said yes. A good chunk of people said no. And then what keeps you up? What keeps you up at night? Nothing. well, actually, no, these aren't in order here. So talent, how many times do we talk about labor? And in every presentation, I think we've heard that as a theme. Am I wrong? Talent acquisition and retention seems to be on the top of everyone's list, but nothing, I would probably answer my kids, but nothing keeps you up at night. That wasn't an option. I would have, it was other. Yeah. And cybersecurity and data breaches sound like that's high on the list. What else do we have? Innovation and competitive advantage. I talked about that with artificial intelligence. Doug was just talking about how that is a competitive advantage too, is the automation piece, right? So that's kind of the innovation and automation journey. So thought this would be an interesting exercise for us to run through real quick, just to kind of gauge where everybody's at on this cybersecurity and technology topic here. And if you want that survey in the future, just send me an email or whatever, and I can shoot it over to you, or just grab one of the hard copies here if you want. That would be fine as well. Is this box on? No, it's not. All right. So the topic around technology and cybersecurity, here's what Jeff and I want to talk on this topic about, is kind of just level setting on what is this. Again, recognizing that folks might be in different spaces when it comes to cybersecurity. We hear a lot about it, but can you just tell me, Travis, what do we mean in simple terms here around this topic? What are the consequences of attacks? Some case studies. So we'll walk through some actual things that part of my job is actually to help our clients in the event that, something bad does happen, like come in and help them respond to security incidents and events that happen. So I've got a wealth of just case studies of things that have happened to some of our clients, or just in my work history on things that I've worked through. So some interesting things to share there. Want to talk about, okay, so all this bad stuff, but how do we kind of correct the ship? How do we get the ship going in the right direction? So talk about building a strong foundation, and then securing the supply chain. And I think we've heard some data points throughout the day today. I'm throwing stuff around, it's not just you in the grand scheme of things. It's all your providers, your all material providers, and your customers. And I'm gonna hand it off to Jeff to go through the securing the supply chain and then the emerging tech and trends. All right. So understanding cybersecurity. Again, I'm gonna walk through kind of three areas here. So what is cybersecurity? What's the significance in manufacturing? And then what's the threat landscape look like? Like, what should we be mindful of in this space? So cybersecurity, the headline is the practice of just protecting our technology, our computer systems and networks, everything that's connected to it, the users, everything like that. It's not just your, you also have to think about it when it comes to your operational technology network, the OT side, where all the robots and all the machinery and equipment are. We're going to hit on that a little bit more later on in the deck, but it's the entire ecosystem, making sure that we're looking at all the systems and everything connected to it to make sure that those components are secure and protected. And at the end of the day, it's just, from unauthorized access, attacks, damage, theft, whatever. A lot of you have probably heard this before, but cybersecurity focuses a lot on what's called the CIA triad. It's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. What is confidentiality? It's measures just to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive information. What's integrity? Integrity is, how do we make sure that data, the information that all of you are relying on to run your business, how do we make sure that it's complete and accurate so that you can make informed decisions about the information that you're using to make those key decisions, right? And then availability. If you show up tomorrow and you don't have access to your information, what are you going to do, right? So from a technology and security standpoint, we want to make sure that that information is available when you need it, right? So that's the simplest way to think about cybersecurity, is just the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Okay. I won't go through line by line here, but just some areas of significance when it comes to cybersecurity for manufacturing. We've hit on some of these in other presentations, but you can kind of read through here about why it's significant for you all, right? It's we're going to talk about supply chain here in a bit, like I mentioned, but I mean, these are all reasons for all of us to be thinking about, cybersecurity and technology controls to run our businesses. And I pulled up just a few stats that I thought would resonate with you all. But if you think back to last year, this stat says manufacturers accounted for nearly 25% of all cyber attacks in the U.S. That's quite a number, right? And Deloitte did a study and they said that 40% of manufacturers actually experienced a cyber attack in the last year. I like asking folks, like, did you experience a cyber attack in the last year? Did you even know, right, that something bad happened? Do you know that somebody's actually in your system? All those types of questions. But so Deloitte did a good study around that one. And then 23% of ransomware attacks actually target manufacturing companies. A big reason why the bad actors are going after manufacturers is because it is so operationally disruptive, and they know that, and there's potentially a pretty good paycheck for them on the other end of this. So that's why I think that number is about 0.25%, 20, almost 25% of all the attacks are targeting manufacturing. It's because it's incredibly disruptive to a manufacturer. Obviously, you're pumping out product and pumping out goods like nobody's business, right? And for them to stop that with an attack of some sort, I mean, that's pretty meaningful for them because there could be a significant paycheck on the other end of that. What's the threat landscape? I'm going to just blow this out here, but there's a ton. There's a quiz. There will be a quiz at the end of this. So there's plenty of different ways that threats are coming after our businesses. And I mean, just like Rea and Associates, we experience this stuff just like anybody else. But you can read some. I mean, a lot of these are the buzzwords that you hear out there, right? The phishing attacks. With some other things on here. You see phishing and social engineering. You see the ransomware. Emerging technology, right? We talk about artificial intelligence and, staying ahead of that to make sure that we're protecting or we're in front of some of these emerging technologies so that we make sure to know what the risks are associated with that. A couple key things that I wanted to go into on this slide, though, up in the top upper right corner there where it says IoT and OT vulnerabilities. So we've talked about automation, we've talked about all this stuff, right? And that's a key area from a cyber attack standpoint, are all the robotics and things that we have running our manufacturing lines. That is talking about, the industrial revolution, like 4.0, right? That's a key area for a threat actor, is to be disruptive within the operational technology environment. And there's a lot of, sensors and devices and things that are talking to whatever out there on the internet that's a key area to focus on. We're going to Jeff will hit on this a little bit later, but, doing as much as we can to separate our network and put, segmentation in place to make sure that we're keeping those devices in a safe spot is the right thing to do. The other thing I was going to hit on here is not often do we, this doesn't work very well on the screen, but down here, the insider threat, right? So a lot of the stuff on this slide are external things, but we also have to be mindful of the internal threat, right? Because we see that, I've seen that a lot over my career is, employees either doing something malicious or accidental that leads to some sort of cybersecurity breach or issue or something like that. And day in and day out, I mean, one of the focuses, one of my passion areas is security awareness training and informing people on how to use data and how to use systems and that sort of thing. The whole reason there is just to prevent the accidental and some of the accidental stuff that could lead to some pretty bad things.
Jump in real quick, Travis. So we worked with small and medium manufacturers for the last 25, 30 years on the IT side. And I can say that in all those situations where we've had a breach or an incident of some type, there's typically two areas that those stem from. First one is somebody's misconfigured something, whether internal IT or an IT service provider. They missed something and misconfigured something, and that allowed somebody to come in. But the biggest one is people doing something wrong. Your employees are your biggest risk. They're also your first firewall against these types of things. So training them, making them understand what cybersecurity is about, giving them an opportunity to become a defense for you, as opposed to being somebody that may do something wrong, will cut out 90 to 95% of the cybersecurity incidents that we've seen that happen inside of organizations. So really focusing on your employees is extremely important to make sure that you can protect yourself against these types of events.
It's a great point. I don't remember what the survey result was, but we asked a question around security awareness training. I think it was about 50-50, wasn't it? Around companies that are doing it, and some maybe have some work to do on training and training your own people, right, on this stuff. It's a good point. Some repetitiveness in here, but these are the potential consequences, right, of a cybersecurity attack or breach happening. Obviously, there's a financial loss, but there could be the reputational damage that comes along with that. Some of you might be in a space where legal or regulatory related things might happen. I mean, think about it. If your HR system or data or whatever was compromised in some way, that could lead to some legal issues around protecting private information. Operational disruption, we've hit on that a little bit. And then I think those last two bullets are really important, but we've kind of talked about it a little bit around business continuity and just interruption and just the lost productivity for downtime. I think are some things that we're all kind of thinking about potentially right now. So case studies, I've got 5 of them here, and I want to just kind of talk through a couple of these. And I mean, potentially some of these have happened at your own organization, right? I don't know. But like, for example, this one's kind of interesting where if you look in that top left corner there where it says supplier email account spoofed, like, what's the issue there? Can you see it? Anybody see what the issue is between those two email addresses, Eric?
L and 1.
It's the L and the 1, right? INTL and INT1. It's just a change of a font or whatever, right? And that's, quite honestly, this is what bad actors are using ChatGPT for now, is to make this look more real and legitimate to all of us. It's pretty crazy. Have you found it yet? You can see it now, right? Yeah. That was, this is stuff that this actually led to. Just a spoofed email address led to $190,000 going to the wrong bank account for one of our clients. Pretty impactful, right? I mean, I've seen range. I mean, we've worked on $5,000. I mean, maybe $5,000 is important to y'all, but I think $190,000 is probably important to all of us, right? So just the way this slide is laid out is you kind of have your issue of what happened on the left side, and then just some lessons learned. Here's where a lack of fundamental internal control was missing, and the result of not having that control in place. You'll notice that it wasn't just one thing missing. It was a combination of things that were not in place that actually led to kind of this happening at the end. So you can see just basic email protection, security awareness training, supplier management controls, and then controls that weren't potentially small enough or granular enough to catch an issue. Another example is one of our large clients, a really large client, actually had their executive laptops compromised. So a bad actor was able to get access to the CEO's computer. And at the end of the day, they got admin access and just stole a bunch of information. Didn't encrypt it or anything. They just took it. So they're just like, all right, I've got all this this account information, this PII information, and that stuff is valuable to a bad guy. They can make all kinds of money off that information. So again, lack of fundamental control is, they actually took advantage of a known vulnerability that just wasn't patched. Like the computer didn't get the update yet. So had that happened, this wouldn't have happened. User access wasn't managed. They didn't know who the users were in their environment, and some other things here, lack of data management. I won't go through all of them. Sure, some of us have gotten the phone call, hey, I'm from IT support and I need to do this, that, or the other to your computer. Has anybody gotten that phone call before, whether it's real IT or fake IT? I can tell you I've been in a couple situations where a user, an employee has gotten the phone call, I am from IT support. I need to get access to your computer. And those have led to some pretty bad things. One instance was actually, I don't know why this happened, just to be clear, but somebody got a phone call. I am from Apple support and I need to access your computer. So Apple, everybody knows Apple. I have no idea why, but the employee was using a Windows computer. But Apple called and said, I need access to your Windows computer, and they did it. Like, you're using a Windows computer though. So it's just I'm not, that's just an example. I won't go into any more detail there. But this happens, right? And in this example here though, so the bad actor, the employee trusted that it was IT. What ended up happening is the bad actor was able to install a remote desktop application onto that user's machine and then infect the computer system with ransomware. And then basically the company was locked out of their systems.
Also happens on the reverse of that for those that have internal IT departments. I don't know if you heard of the MGM
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
cybersecurity incident recently. It looks like that all started with a bad actor researching a level of an employee within MGM that would have access to their systems internally, calling their help desk, pretending to be that person and getting their help desk to give them access by changing the password so that they could then access their systems. So it goes both ways. It's IT is calling your end users. It's also people spoofing your end users, pretending to be like them when they're calling into your IT help desk and requesting you them to reset your password. So you have to look at it from both. Yep. Yeah.
A good point. Thanks for going into that one. This is an example where this is the insider threat. So a gentleman had worked for the organization for years and years and years. What he ended up doing was he created a fictitious company and sent it to, and you'll see the kind of the issues there on the right side around lack of fundamental control. But the gentleman had created a fictitious company and he sent information to the accounts payable department. Hey, I've got this new supplier I'm working with. Please set him up in the supplier master. AP set him up in the supplier master. It's almost game over from there, right? So the gentleman that the company had, I think it was either a $5,000 or a $10,000 invoice approval threshold. So anything above that amount had to have approval from somebody else. So what the gentleman was doing, he knew that was the control. So he was sending invoices below that threshold for several years to the tune of $4 million that he was able to siphon off. And that's not necessarily a technology issue, is it? I mean, that's a process related thing. But that really has, I mean, the technology is working fine. It's more around we just didn't have the right controls in place to prevent that stuff from happening. So that was a fun one to investigate and figure out. We had to go through a supplier master of, I don't know how many records were in there. I think there were like 10,000 plus records in there, and find the needle in the stack of needles around this fictitious supplier and how all this stuff happened. That last point on there is really important. It's like they were doing monitoring. They were looking at reports and stuff like that, but it wasn't granular enough to catch a slow and steady bleed of $4,900 or whatever these invoices were. Pretty crazy stuff. I think the last one here, and this was hot off the presses. I worked on this one over the past couple of weeks where we do business with, we have a third-party software solution that's used. All right. This is what's going on here. So this third-party software solution, we get an email that says, hey, we've been attacked with ransomware. And guess what the bottom line of the email said? We're going out of business. It's like, what in the world are we supposed to do now? Like, we're using this software to run a part of our business. And you're telling me you're closing your doors now. Like, what are we're in scramble mode, right? How are we going to react to that? So that's what happened here, is that this vendor, their software solution that they provide, they were hit, that a part of that solution was hit with ransomware. Got a couple learnings from this one. The first one is they do backups. They have backups. Those were also corrupted. We found out that the reason they actually had to close their doors is because they did not have the source code, the stuff that runs their software. They didn't have it anymore. So the only thing that they didn't have, they couldn't rebuild it. They couldn't re-implement their solution. So their production environment's gone, their backup's gone, their software is completely gone. So they had to close their doors. They went out of business just because of this ransomware attack. That was pretty wild, in my opinion. So it might be, you might be thinking to yourself, like, what's going on with our third parties? Like, how do we make sure this doesn't happen to us? But we'll get to that in just a minute here. So just building a strong foundation. There's a lot of words on these slides. I'll blow it out here, but it's all around internal control is really what it boils down to. And having technology in place, security technology and stuff like that is always good. But a lot of what I just walked through is like technology agnostic, really. It's more about what are people doing, and then what internal control processes do you have to either prevent stuff from happening. But I can tell you, you can put all the preventive controls in place that you want and spend a lot of money on prevent side. At the end of the day, your detection and monitoring is probably most important for you. Is how can you catch the things on the back end from when they do happen? How can you make sure to catch them? All right. Prevention's always the best place to be in. Don't get me wrong, but stuff's still going to get through, right? Bad stuff's still going to get through. So the detection side is really important. But before I blew out this slide, it was a picture of a building or a house, and you got your security controls, undergirding everything. That's around your antivirus and some of the basic cybersecurity stuff. But a lot of stuff above that's all process, and that's all internal control things that need to be in place just to kind of put the security and control over the entire ecosystem. We added this kind of late. Jeff and I were working on these slides last week, and Jeff had just said, something that's missing from your slide, Travis, is this question. As leaders of organizations here, do you have visibility into everything that's going on in your company? Right? Are you getting we talked about reporting and data and stuff like that. Are you getting the information that you need to know that all of these things below are in place and they're functioning and operating effectively? So maybe just a question you might want to just ask of your own organization when you go back.
I would just add to that, and I know we have some IT folks here. You guys don't mind people asking you to provide information on where you're at with your security processes, correct? Not through internal, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so a lot of times business owners and executives just rely on what internal IT says is taking place within the organization, as opposed to asking them for documentation and proof that those things are actually in place, especially in those small mid-sized organizations. There seems to be this, hey, I have an internal IT person that's handling that for us. That's good enough. It's really not, because you don't always get an honest internal IT person or somebody that has the skill set to know whether or not they're doing enough to protect the business. And it's really on you to have enough visibility into that information. You don't have to be experts. You can have third parties do risk assessments for you to see where you're at, to provide that information to you. but you need to be thinking about that within the business because IT really is the one thing within an organization that end of the day, everything's good. Walk in the morning at 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, whatever time your start time is, and things aren't working anymore, right? So you really need to have a handle, at least visibility into what's going on internally in the IT organization.
The last point I was going to make was it's just around business continuity and resiliency. I would hope most people would agree with this comment, but I always say, like, if you're gonna do anything right, make sure you have the ability to recover from a cybersecurity incident. So that's you can go into the weeds on that question or on that comment there, but good backups, make sure testing the backups. Do you have an incident response plan, disaster recovery type questions, right? In the event that something bad does happen, can we actually restore and get back to business? So that's probably the key thing that, in my mind at least, like goes back to the preventive versus the detective type controls. You can put all the preventive controls in place that you want, but stuff is still going to happen, and you better be able to respond to that. Oh, you did this.
Yeah, I'll take that. Thanks. So we spent a good portion here talking about what you're doing inside of the four walls of your organization. Cybersecurity doesn't just stop at your walls. You have to look at it across the entire supply chain that supports your organization. So we're going to dive into that a little bit next. So supply chain, vendors, raw materials, suppliers, distributors, and then you start getting into your customer base as well, right? So manufacturers, that's you, kind of tackled what's happening internally with cybersecurity and threats. Now you have to start looking in both directions within your supply chain. Does anybody have a vendor compliance process internally, not even just relating to cybersecurity, but just vendor compliance in general? Couple. Quality related, right? Yeah. So a lot more manufacturers are focused more on the quality related vendor compliance process, but it's becoming more and more apparent that we also have to focus on the cybersecurity side of that as well, right? So if you can imagine, if you have a top vendor that's supplying a large portion of your raw materials or packaging or something like that, and all of a sudden you get a call from them, like Travis just talked about, they're not going to be able to provide you product anymore because they've had ransomware and they're going to be down for who knows how long, right? What is that going to do to your business in that case? Do you have a backup plan, a backup vendor for all your primary raw materials, packaging, whatever else you're using to produce your product? And then you should be asking those questions of them before that situation happens. So as part of your vendor compliance process, some of the things you should be doing, we talked about supplier diversity, looking at your contractual agreements with them, assessing their security, making sure you know where they're at from their security posture and maturity should be part of that vendor compliance process. Their inventory controls and secure communications. Some other things we already talked about. Employee training, you could ask them the same thing. Are they training their employees? Those types of questions need to be in that vendor compliance. Almost think of it, I mean, who's filled out a cyber insurance form lately, right? Almost think of it like a cyber insurance form for your vendors, right? And finding out where they're at, because that is strategically important to your organization to make sure that they're handling their cybersecurity correctly. Doug was talking about robotics and the plan for planning for automation. I would say one of the things that we would add to that plan is get your IT team, whether internal or external, involved in that process up front. Because as soon as you take that automation equipment and you plug it into your network, and it's going to be accessing your ERP, and it's going to need information coming in from the internet to provide support and updates, it's now going to become a target, right? And if you're filling that in for labor in your organization, and your labor, you have one person call off sick, not a big deal. You have 5 or 10% call off sick. But if somebody attacks that piece of equipment and is able to take it offline for a significant amount of time, that whole process stops. And getting that looked at upfront, planning for that security, planning for that segmentation of that device is an important part of that process as well. And on the flip side of that is your customers. Obviously, you can't give a customer compliance document, right? Say, hey, we want to know what you're doing for security. But I'm going to call out Eric and Berlin Gardens just a little bit because they do a customer event. I'm not sure if they're still doing it yearly anymore, but they've incorporated at some points in time security discussions within that customer event, right? So helping your customers understand what cybersecurity is and how it's important, and forwarding information to them, including that in your client communication process is also a good idea. To try and get them aware, especially if you're working with organizations that may not have as much knowledge about technology and cybersecurity as your internal team does.
You know, an example I'll give you at Smucker on this topic, or from Smucker, a few years ago, a logistics provider, a global one. I can't remember the name. I'll have to look that up to remind myself, but if anybody remembers, shout it out. But they got attacked with ransomware. And essentially, I mean, we were waiting on some sort of raw materials, peanuts or whatever for peanut butter. I don't remember exactly what the raw material was. But these ships were sitting out on the water for weeks because this logistics provider systems, they couldn't process all the customs related stuff that they had to do before they could even, dock at the dock, really. So it wasn't overly impactful, thankfully, to Smucker, but still it had to be impactful to other companies that were relying on that logistics provider. So just another case study of something that I've had to work through over my time is really understanding, that third party risk and that vendor risk and supplier risk and all that stuff.
Then you also have to think about your IT providers as well as part of your supply chain and include them in that vendor compliance process. So if you're hosting applications, Microsoft email, Microsoft 365, ERP solutions, payroll solutions, HR solutions, whatever they might be, you need to be looking at those providers to make sure that they're handling their security as well. And should be much better than what you're doing, hopefully internally, right? So having those conversations before you work with somebody is important, but then also on a regular basis with them to make sure nothing has changed. Specifically, I think the biggest one that I would see is what is their recovery time objectives? How long is it going to take for them to get their systems back up and running if something does happen? I can think of a couple of different hosting providers. One of them was a QuickBooks Online provider. It wasn't Intuit. It was a third-party provider. They were down for like 3 or 4 weeks, and people couldn't access their books. And they never got back some of their data after that event. So understanding those vendors' disaster recovery processes and security processes is also very important.
Anybody ever heard of fourth party? The third party of your third party? So that's what's shown up here on the far right side is, often when you're doing business with a cloud IT provider, they're also doing business with a bunch of other third parties that your data actually may not be at that third party. It might be at a fourth party. So even asking the questions like, who are you doing business with, right? Like, where are you shipping my data off to when I, sign this license agreement or contract to do business with you? Where all is my data going? And you better be asking questions around like, what is their third party management process? So another case study around that is we were dealing with an HR related provider where they had it was an insider issue with them. But we show up, we actually did an on-site audit of this third party, and we show up to their site and we just asked them the question like, where all is Smucker data? And they gave us like 10 other third parties. I'm like, we're like, what? Like we didn't know about that. So it extends beyond just that third party, that one, partner that you might sign a contract with to do business with. It extends beyond that. So wanted to hit on that as well.
So emerging technology and trends. We've talked a lot about IoT or Internet of Things. So there's all devices from, if you think of your home, you've got refrigerators now, cameras, posters that are connected to your Wi-Fi and connected to the internet, right? Same thing's happening within manufacturing environments. More and more, we're seeing items and devices that are going onto production networks or in production environments that require connectivity to the internet. So if you think of just, I see a lot of devices that are just monitoring quality of air, monitoring temperature, humidity, getting placed in different places. And a lot of times people just think, oh, it just needs to be plugged into the network and connected so it can get internet access. You could be allowing somebody to get into your production environment by plugging one of those devices in. So that Internet of Things that is taking place, where more and more things are becoming connected to the internet, is really a security concern, especially in manufacturing, because as soon as you add them to the network, you're opening up the possibility of a security risk in the environment. We've talked about advanced analytics and business intelligence already a little bit, and we're just seeing that become a huge trend now in manufacturing, is access to data, right? And a lot of organizations have an ERP system, they may have transportation management system, they may have a warehouse management system, HR system, and there's a lot of focus right now on, hey, we've collected data for the last 15, 20 years in these solutions. How can we access that to make better decisions? How can we visually see that information to help us make better judgment calls in our business? Artificial intelligence, we've kind of already talked about today. Cloud computing and ERP. I think the point there is you're going to see a push, if you haven't already. Most organizations are trying to push their ERPs to the cloud. We're seeing less opportunities for on-site ERP implementations, and more of them are, they're having to go to the cloud. If you have an on-site ERP, you might be one of the lucky ones still, because most of them are being forced out to the cloud. Increased cyber insurance requirements. We're seeing this a lot across the board for manufacturers. So we help our clients fill out their cyber insurance forms just because we're involved every day in their operations from an IT perspective. We're seeing more and more questions around, are you protecting your production equipment and your production environment if you're a manufacturer? So we saw the same trend when they started asking questions about multi-factor authentication, where you get a prompt on your phone when you go log into your email. They were just initially asking those questions on if you're doing that. Then they pretty much made it a requirement to have that done, or you're not getting cyber insurance. We're starting to see them ask more and more about protection of production equipment. I believe that in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to start seeing, if you're a manufacturing facility, especially of a certain size, they're going to start requiring you to have things in place that monitor the security of your production environment, segregation of your production environment from the rest of your computers in your office. Those things are going to have to be in place to get maybe a reasonably priced policy. And then eventually, I think they're going to stop providing policy altogether if you're not doing that. And the reason is, as Travis said earlier, if they can get into that equipment, that's a target, because they know they're going to get a payday if they can shut your production down. And that also kind of is the next point of network segmentation, which is just separating your office equipment and back office computer systems from your production environment, and just making a break there so that there is some type of a block between those, because last thing you want is your receptionist opening something on her computer she shouldn't, and have it give access to your production environment and cause problems in production. We already talked a lot about cybersecurity.
We got to talk more about it.
Yeah. So
We got 3 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I still have 2 hours left.
Yeah.
So questions? Any questions for either one of us?
How much security should I put in cloud computing with the ERP and things like Microsoft? I mean, are they reliable? And if they're not, what can I do about it?
So I think two different questions are they reliable? And I think my answer to that is yes, reliable from a straight reliability standpoint. They're most times more reliable than having those systems internal to your organization. Security, and cloud security, that's a little bit different question. And
Let me take that.
yeah, go.
All right. I'll say it this way. If you use cloud for any systems, that does not absolve any of you from any risk. Like when we talk about the cloud on that previous slide and sort of the checklist at the bottom, like you're still probably going to be responsible for making sure users have the right access in that cloud system. You're still going to be responsible. It's your data, it's your system. It's all around though, making sure that we're using reputable third-party cloud solutions at the end of the day. So go ahead.
I guess I was more concerned about how reliable. So should I rely on Microsoft and some of these larger companies and their security systems to prevent them from having data hacks?
Yeah, absolutely. So you are, it's again, it's overall your responsibility, but we need to make sure that they've got the right checks and balances in place. Somebody like Microsoft, I think they follow literally every standard and certification that's out there from a security standpoint. Somebody like that, or like a Google or an Amazon, they're pretty reliable, right? From just an uptime, availability, continuity standpoint. They do a lot from a security standpoint as well. But again, there's a role that all of us play in that environment as well. Yeah, so we're hands-on there with configuring and setting it up so that we gotta do it the right way.
I'd also say you have to look at your license level with any cloud hosting provider. So in Microsoft, as an example, you can have Microsoft 365 has a very basic license that includes very few security features that are pretty important. And then they have other levels, premium, and then enterprise licensing that include those security features that are going to help protect your data. So some of it does depend on what level of licensing you're at with that cloud hosting provider. Any other questions?
So hopefully I'm not just duplicating his question, but it's kind of tied in. Most of our stuff is third party through reputable or I believe, they're name brands, Oracle. And I think we use Dropbox for our digital file cabinet. So what concern level or what backup can we use? I mean, you can obviously tie things locally, but for something like a database, like Oracle, for example, obviously I know they're backed up and there's all those policies we get out of that Rapp trail, but like, is there good practices to bring in to take my data, put it on? So if there's geopolitical event or, malicious event, I basically have my database, weekly backed up with my, new customers and all orders and process and some of those components.
It's a great question. I know that a lot of solutions do provide the ability for you to back up like separately from their environment. Do you have any other insight?
Yeah, so typically when you're talking about an ERP solution like an Oracle that's hosted, they're not going to allow you to easily back up your data. And there's a reason for that. Because if you can easily back up your data and have access to it and take it elsewhere, it's easier for you to do a different ERP solution, right? So that's why it's important to look at their disaster recovery processes. You mentioned geopolitical, look at where they're hosting their stuff. You want to make sure you're with a provider that's going to guarantee your data is hosted within a country you're comfortable with, preferably the United States, so you can avoid some of that geopolitical issue. But other providers like Dropbox or Microsoft, there are third-party solutions that will back up those solutions. So for all of our clients that we're in agreement with, if they have Dropbox or Google G Suite, or what is it called, Workspace now, I think, or Microsoft, we back that stuff up to a separate second provider just in case something would happen to it. Yeah, it is a service that we provide, but it's also something you can go out and source something on your own, monitor and manage it. But we provide that and then monitor and manage it for our clients.
I know QuickBooks Online, for example, if there's any QBO clients here, they've got an ability for you to download and have a backup of some of what you have out there, which is actually probably the most important stuff, but not everything.
Not everything.
There's portions of it that you can have as a backup offline.
You say there was somebody else?
I thought somebody else had a hand over here.
This might also be along the same lines, but from a cloud versus on-prem solution, I mean, you kind of alluded to, or maybe you even said it, if you've got an on-prem ERP solution, did you say one of the lucky ones?
Yeah,
So is it safer in the cloud versus on-prem, or is it opposite?
it's really situation by situation basis. So you can have a really secure internal or infrastructure that supports your ERP solution and is secure. I would say that in most cases, though, hosting in the cloud is actually more secure because they're spreading the costs of that security across all of their clients. So they can spend more in the cloud to secure the environment than you can on your own in your own environment to some extent. But it is a case by case scenario or situation. And then you also have to just take into consideration, there's culture, do you want your stuff in the cloud versus on-prem? And then also connectivity is also part of that reliability, right? So if you have things hosted in the cloud, what's your connectivity like to the internet? Do you just have a single connection that could go out and take your whole operation down, or do you have backup connections that'll stand in place if the primary fails? There's those types of considerations also that you have to look at. I said lucky just because typically it costs somewhat more in the cloud for the hosting and the maintenance costs and that kind of stuff. So you typically see your month-to-month bill go up, but then you also realize the savings of not having to support that equipment and infrastructure on the back end as well.
And I have one more question. It's always bad to be the last topic and trying to ask more questions. But so you talked earlier about AI, and ChatGPT, and a lot of the functionality of ChatGPT is to generate code that will help in this, So do you recommend not using any code from GPT as a result of, the potential?
No, what I would say is human thinking is required. If you don't leverage it, you're probably going to miss the boat. But you got to think about and review and actually have experts that know what this thing is saying and what it's doing before you would ever implement it.
Yep.
And that's even just a software package that you might get, off the shelf from somebody too. It's like, how do I know? SolarWinds is an example of something where something, if you've ever heard of the SolarWinds issue, go look it up. But an actual solution provider, their code was compromised and they pushed that out to a lot of their clients, of their clients. And SolarWinds is used by a ton of companies. So that's an example where code is, that's essentially was running everything from a technology standpoint. So, but short answer to your question is like human thinking has got to be required on that specific question. I wouldn't just go,
Copy and
GPT
paste.
it, copy
Yeah.
and paste and throw it in.
Yeah, you need to
Maybe
be able to
not
understand
production
it.
if you do that.
Yeah. So even if you're just using it in an Excel spreadsheet for macros or whatever to generate that stuff, you need to be able to understand it before you implement it, right? So having it write it is one thing if you understand what you're looking at. Just having it write it and trying to use it if you don't understand it is not a good idea.
Good.
Other questions?
All right. Thank you all.
Thanks.
All right, we're right about time, so I'll be brief. I wasn't brief earlier in my presentation, but I'll be brief now. Hopefully you got something out of it. A topic, a subject, a presentation. It can relate to something. That's why we were trying to do for this manufacturing day, that it would help relate to the audience, to the people here in the room. This event doesn't take place with all the help. So I'm going to be saying some thank yous real quick. First of all, Becky, Emily, Kaylin, all their hard work up front, keep me and the team in line, making sure we're moving forward, getting in here, all the registration, they took care of that. So I want to thank them. I want to thank the Worcester office, hosting it, especially Hannah. It might have stressed her out a little bit, so I apologize with the number of people, but that's what we want. We want more people in here for this event. They can hear what's going on and what's the key issues that we need to focus and talk about. So especially thanks to them and Hannah and Megan. I want to thank all the presenters. You guys did an outstanding job with your presentations, your content. You're able to answer questions. So from the beginning to the end, you guys did an outstanding job. So thank you, presenters. And then lastly, thank you guys, the attendees. for coming, listening, hearing, asking questions. Without you guys, this event doesn't take place. So with that, if you guys, when you registered, there's mugs. Hopefully you got a mug or a tumbler out there. Make sure if you haven't got it, get out there and get one. And there's a notebook. Want you to fill out the survey too. We're always looking for feedback, improvement opportunities. Where can we get better? And then next year, you know, we're going to save the date. It may not be physically here, but if we keep growing, because we're maxed out in space, but it'll be somewhere local, hopefully, where we can do this again. But it'll be the first Friday of October again. So we're going to have that as well. Anything else, team, I missed? Any other comments from the audience? Huge thank you. Thanks. Safe travels.